Welcome back, Truth Seeker. It's December 8th, 2019. The big news story this morning is the young rapper Juice Wrld died in Midway Airport after suffering a seizure at just age 21, and his birthday was just December 2nd. We talked about him earlier this year after his father passed on June 2nd, and we talked about how his father died exactly 86 days after the release of his latest album, Death Race for Love. Today he's dead from a seizure. Seizure in gematria sums to 86, like blood sacrifice, again, like how his father died 86 days after the release of that album, Death Race for Love, which came out on March 8th. So I'm going to show you how all of this connects together, that his death today is no accident. This is the latest ritual murder. If you've read my book, there's two chapters that are going to come into play in this discussion. One is the chapter about black history and how many negative rituals have happened to black entertainers, connecting the numbers 42 and 59. If you've ever wondered why Juice Wrld spells his name without an O, no doubt it was done by the industry. Juice Wrld sums to 42, that number coded all over black history, and it always comes together with 59. He's dead on a date with 59 numerology, as we'll get to. And also, he's dead on the day that many musicians have died suspiciously. John Lennon died on this day. Dimebag Darrel was murdered on the stage on this day just 2 years ago on this day. You had Rick Ross's manager wind up dead on this day. 20 years ago on this day is the day the government came out and admitted there was a conspiracy to murder Martin Luther King Jr. That was 1999, December 8th. So anyway, let's go over this and see just how perfectly executed it all is and how it's synced up with his latest album. So again, Juice Wrld, he spells his name World without an O, because it sums to 42. And we've been talking about the spelling of this rapper's name and many other rapper names and how they sum to 42. The industry does this intentionally. Somebody's phoning it in real quick. Let me take a call. I wanted to present before I took any calls, but what's up, caller?
Yeah, did you see about how he rapped about how he's was gonna die young or something?
Well, and that would just be more par for the course. That's like Tupac Shakur too. All of his predictive programming and his music. So
Yeah, he said he was gonna die young or something and die in a coma and do drugs and stuff. And he said, "What's the 20?" In one of his songs, he says, "What's the 27 club? We ain't making it past 21."
well, and now his death has a lot to do with 27 because he's dead exactly 27 weeks after his father, which we'll get to.
And Ritual is 27.
Right, and Seizure's 103, the 27th prime.
Yep.
So,
Alright.
all right, appreciate it, man. So anyway, Juice Wrld sums to 42 like the N-word. When you write out 21 as a word, it sums to 42. 42 is stamped all over black history in a million different ways. Again, if you write out the name Jackie, it sums to 42. Jackie Robinson, associated with the number 42. Not truly the first black baseball player to play in white major league. It was really Moses Walker. Moses Walker equals 42. Moses Walker played in exactly 42 games in the late 1800s. And with regards to Jackie, go back 2 years ago on his birthday, you had three celebrities, all with names summing to 42, all of which were black, die on Jackie Robinson's birthday. One was Rajuel Butler, former basketball player, died in a car crash. The other was LaTanya Lemon, the sister of Don Lemon, the anchor on CNN. And the most curious was Oscar Gamble, former MLB baseball player, who died on Jackie's birthday exactly 42 days after his own birthday. Oscar Gamble, Rajuel Butler, LaTanya Lemon, they all sum to 42. Caller?
Yo, what's going on, Zach?
What's up?
So, you mentioned the 59 day numerology and the 42 connections. I know you're already familiar with, 59 and how this number represents bywords for Negroes. And I'm not sure if you read Deuteronomy 28 and 37 and how it says, the Lord shall make you a proverb, a consternation, and a byword amongst the nations. And this is directly associated with Negroes being the true chosen people of Israel. Now, when you do all those decodes for the bywords, you get slave, jigaboo, rasta, all equal 59, and then you get Hebrew Israelite equaling 159. So I think that's important to note, is that we truly are the people of Scripture, and not just 59 or 42. The number 17 is stamped across us as well. And all of it is indicative of Negroes being the true chosen people of this Torah, and the synagogue of Satan, these imposters, these Khazars, taking our identity. And the reason why we're afflicted so much here in the United States, and why chattel slavery was the worst type of slavery the world has ever experienced. Now, with that being said, and you read Deuteronomy and see how the curses of Deuteronomy match up with Negroes, the code makes sense then. The bywords, the malignant plagues, the chains and yokes upon your neck, and our identity and heritage being taken away. Negroes are the only people in this world who don't know who they are. We've been called African American. We've been called slave, jigaboo, pickaninny. We're a byword. And this code proves we are these people. And I don't think anyone acknowledges it or tries to fathom it and make sense out of it. And I know a lot of decoders think it's arbitrary to some degree, and I don't know why. But this was the same exact case with Pac, with XXX, with even Kendrick Lamar. Kendrick Lamar coming out and making that whole album about finding out he was an Israelite. Now, if you look at Project Megiddo, that was actually released 20 years ago, October 20th. You look at this project that the FBI conducted, and you see that they had hands in creating the Hebrew Israelite movement. And this project was exactly created for that purpose. And I don't know, I'm going to do some decodes myself on it and see if it has any connection and see where this is all going. But it's just interesting. Like, you enter the phrase Yah's chosen, you get 117. Black people's 117, 45, and 63. So all of these numbers are stamped on us, just being indicative of this Torah Tanakh. And I don't know, I think you should do some more research into it and see what you can find, and read through Deuteronomy and see how it matches specifically to black people and to our heritage being stolen away. Naked and lacking thirst and being oppressed by all the nations on this earth. We are the most hated group of people on this earth, yet taken advantage of and pretty much, herded and cattled into the NBA, into the NFL, into entertainment, as you said. One of the greatest stars, the greatest entertainers, have been Negroes and have been killed in the most craziest sacrifice, shall I say, in the most craziest way. Now, the same case with XXX, I'm not even sure, if the nigga is probably dead. My bad. If the dude is probably dead, you know what I'm saying? Because his death was so heavily coded in gematria and all type of occult symbology, and just with this case, it's gonna be so much coded with this, and who knows? This guy is probably not even dead. I don't even think these dudes be dying. They're just following their orders. You know what I'm saying? So the whole predictive program around it, XXX was talking about being killed shortly before he supposedly died. All of these entertainers, do it. And, especially with Mac Miller, he had that 83 stamped all over his death with fentanyl, and it came out and was said that it was fentanyl. So I don't even think, these rappers are dying. They're just playing the role to, elicit some response out of the masses to, continue it just for the sake of the Kabbalah. So if you look at all these suspicious rappers' deaths, like Lil Peep, Tentacion, and now Juice WRLD, it's a trend with these deaths, and it's so, how do you say, it's so mundane at this point that what's the agenda? What's the true agenda behind it? Is it some type of drug reformation? Is it the push more drug propaganda. Who knows? But I mean, I just wanted to insert that in and see if you wanted to look further into that and do more research into it.
I do. Yeah, really great observations. Again, the Bible verses you brought up were Deuteronomy 28 and 37.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I will look into that. I appreciate that. So that could bring more clarity to the subject. And I heard you say that no one acknowledges that black people are what the Old Testament is about. And I don't think you should have said no one, because there are some people, including myself. I mean, I wrote about that in my book. And again, it really is undeniable if you research it. The oldest person from the Old Testament is Methuselah, who is black. So,
right.
Yeah. I'll do some more research.
I'm definitely going to have to buy your book, because, I'll be reading your website, reading your codes, but never got around to getting your book. So that's something I'm definitely going to do this week. And that was ill-advised on my part to say that. I'm definitely going to read into that, though.
Sure. So since you brought up that they could be faking their deaths, which is possible, where do you think they would all go to?
I think it's honestly like a whole entire identity change. Like, think about Michael Jackson and his connection to Dave.
Right.
Dave, like the tonality, the pitch, the facial features. This guy is like an exact twin. The twin code 88, Gemini, right? Sure. It's like he's an exact twin of Michael Jackson, and they make fun of us, right? They mock us. This guy got on CNN and said he was a close friend of Michael Jackson, and we only have like maybe a couple photos of Dave and supposedly Dave and Michael Jackson together. Now, with that being said, Michael Jackson was a master of disguise, and everyone who knew Michael Jackson said he could put up any disguise he wanted and could go into a grocery store and no one would recognize him. And they have videos of him going into grocery stores, putting on masks, makeup and everything, and then at the end of the video, he'll reveal himself to everyone in the store. And this was a common thing that Michael Jackson had did. And I think it wouldn't be too hard whatsoever for them to, fake their deaths and go on and hide out in the closed environment of the world. And you think about like with Mac Miller and that last video, Self-Care, he's like, making all these 9/11 references, and he's sitting in the casket with the cigarette lighting up, and it's descending, reminiscent of the Twin Towers, and he's talking about 27 Club, one of his songs, and all of these things. It's just so indicative of them foreshadowing their deaths to the point where it's like, this shit can't be real at all. If you have this much information, and I know Mac Miller is some type of Ashkenazi Jew himself, so it wouldn't be hard for him to pull off a fake death with his connections to the Zionist industry, to say like, hey, your time is up just for the sake of the Kabbalah. They do everything for the sake of the code. If they want to put the code out in the open and say, we're going to fake your death, they'll do that by any means. And I don't even think at this point it's like some type of ritual sacrifice involved, some type of ritual murder. I just think they do all of this shit for the sake of the code, and these dudes are like alive, just chilling in any part of the world, honestly, because it wouldn't be that hard. So, I don't know, it's just, we're all being mocked, and these deaths right here is like pure mockery, and I think they're getting to the point where they want the masses to be like, oh, he knew he was going to fake his death. He knew he was going to die. He predicted his own death, And I think that's important to recognize and to continue to decipher and see how we can decode it to figure out what's the agenda to push it. This is 3 years in a row. Lil Peep 2017, Tentacion 2018, and then Juice WRLD 2019. And all of these rappers were connected to each other in some shape or form or fashion. They were all connected and all did the same genre of music. So there's a trend being followed.
Well, I just got to chime in real quick. It's a lot more than the third year in a row. I mean, this goes on every year, every season. So.
It's breaking up. I'm sorry, what did you say?
I'm just saying it's been going on a lot more than the last 3 years. It's been going on since before any of us were around. They've been killing young entertainers going back the last century. So.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, that's the point I just wanted to make, man.
All right, I appreciate it. You made a lot of great points. You have a good day.
Take care.
All right, take care. Yeah, you too. Thanks. Yeah. Really good call. So again, Juice Wrld, the way he spelled it, 42, that number stamped all over Black history, it often comes together with 59. Talked about this same pattern so many times. I have a chapter in my book about it since I released my book, March of 2018. We've done a number of videos since. Same patterns again and again. Right after I released my book, it was the death of George Foreman's daughter, 4259. Just again and again. So the rapper, he was born Jared Anthony Higgins. He suffered the loss of his father earlier this year on June 2nd. We'll review that. And now he's dead December 8th, this day that so many musicians have died in history, including John Lennon, Dimebag, Darrel. If you're new here, Gematria, it comes from Kabbalah. Hold on, let me take this call and then we'll get to this next piece. Caller?
Zach, hey, we've never spoken, but I don't have much time, but I'll make it quick. My wife woke up and told me about Juice Wrld dying, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I went right to your blog and went through it. And then as soon as we were done reading it, your video came on. So I didn't even start watching the video or anything. I did a day span from September 7th. I don't know if you talked about that.
The day Tupac was shot? Okay.
But I don't know if you want to talk about 93 with Saturn and sacrifice or, propaganda. Everybody wondering if he's really dead. But I thought I would throw that in there. I'm disambiguation 144. I don't know if, you might know me, but I've never called, so I don't have much time. I got to go, actually, but I thought I would throw that at you.
Okay. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Good work, man.
All right. Take care, man. See you.
You too, later.
So he's pointing out September 7th. That's the day last year that, what's his name? Mac Miller died. And, of course, that was the anniversary of Tupac being shot. And last year on September 7th, you had all those hip-hop related headlines. The song came out, or it was released, with LeBron and Kevin Durant, and Cardi B and Nicki Minaj got into a fight. And that's also Eazy-E's birthday. The LeBron and Kevin Durant song was It Ain't Easy. Hold on, we got another caller. Caller? Hello? Caller? Caller, you're going to have to call me back. It's not coming through. Caller?
Hey, Zach.
Hello?
I called like a family game. Right.
Okay. Can you make your volume a little bit louder somehow?
Hold on. You hear me now?
That's better.
I was calling about the family game, right? The dates. I'm from Atlanta. They on the white jersey today.
Okay.
I mean, arena on, so I want to know if it had any effect on the game.
All right, I'll check that out.
You said, I think it's something like 20. It's something like 25. I think I read. I tried. I'm new. I really new to it, and I tried it on the calculator, not the geometry, but calculator. I think I did from when the day like he retired until the day. I think it's like 25. Something like 25 months or something like that. I want to know. Can you check and see?
Yeah, I'll look into that. The word death is 25, so yeah, I'll take a look at that.
All right, thanks.
All right, yeah, you're welcome. Take care. Caller?
Hello?
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 Yeah, you're on. I hear you.
Okay. My name is Mr. Norris, and I just want to assure you that your piece has come.
Shoot. Well, I didn't hang up on her, but she disconnected somehow. So you're welcome to call back. Anyhow, this young man today, he reportedly died in Midway Airport in Chicago. Chicago has Gematria 46. Midway Airport has Gematria 73 with the alphabetic order sacrifice is 73. With the alphabetic order and rules of numerology, sacrifice is 46. And again, this code is very much connected to the Bible. Genesis 46 begins with a sacrifice. Genesis is the first book of the Bible. The 46th chapter begins with a sacrifice. These numbers show up all the time. You might have heard that last night a news reporter in Connecticut dropped dead after being on air for 33 years. Her name, sum to 73. When you run the alphabetic order in reverse and use the rules of numerology, Jared Higgins, his name sums to 73 as well. This is Juice WRLD's name, Jared Higgins. And the surname Higgins is 73 and 46, the exact same as Sacrifice. Exact same. Higgins, Sacrifice. We talked about this earlier this year with his father's death. So his album, his last released album, March 8th, 2019, Death Race for Love. We talked about this when his father died, that first word, death, on March 8th. Show you something real quick. This movie poster, Murder by Numbers, only 2 letters are tampered with. The E's changed to a 3 and the B's changed to an 8, so 3 and 8. Murder has that gematria 38 and 83. If you never heard the song Murder by Numbers by the band The Police before, which came out in 83, look up this song. It's about how killing's the sport of the elite. It's as simple as A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, like letters and numbers. The star actress is Sandra Bullock, whose name equals 83. Name's at the top of the movie poster. But with regards to 38, killing, death, R.I.P., gematria, that's the practice of coding numbers into words, English, it's all 38. There's another song out there by a metal band called Gematria, the Killing Name. And if you go back in history and look at the dates Tupac died, September 13th, 1996, that was a date with 38 numerology. If you go back and look at the day Notorious B.I.G. died, March 9th, 1997, that was a date with 38 numerology. A lot of entertainers over the years have died in connection to the number 38. Caller?
Hey, what's up? What's up, Zach?
What's up, man?
So, when it comes to Juice WRLD and all that, I noticed that.
Is there any way you can boost your volume up?
Hold on. Is that alright? I boosted as loud as I could. Is that good?
It's better.
Alright. So, I noticed that Juice, right, and Sum's 21, he died at 21, and I know that Savin is 21 too.
Right.
And I didn't look at the Gematria, but is there any? I'm sure, but it may be some connection with the Juice movie that Tupac was in, and him in some shape or form, maybe. But you know, just a thought, and something I've been noticed, and as a fan of hip hop, and not anything new to none of this crap. That anytime that someone has like death in their albums, even their mixtapes, they tend to like die like a year or two after that. Like Biggie ready to die. You know what I'm saying? It's wild. And, even like Juice WRLD right here says freaking Death Race for Love. Like, what? I'm not even a Juice WRLD listener. So it's wild to me. So.
Yeah, you're right on too. I've observed the same thing, and we pointed this out when his father died, because his father's death was synced up with the release of this Death Race for Love as well. And I'm going to show you how the name of this album is synced up with his death. So, yeah.
Man, I've heard about him like selling his soul on freaking YouTube and crazy things like that. And wow, he was signed at Interscope. That's crazy. Well, I just wanted to call in and but man, good work, man, and just keep doing what you do, man.
All right, appreciate it, friend. Thanks for the call.
For sure, man.
All right, take care. Okay, so again, Death Race for Love. This was his last album released on March 8th, 3/8. A date that can also be written 8/3. And again, his father's death ends up being connected to this, as well as his own death. And the date he's died, December 8th, what is 12 in numerology? 12 is 1 plus 2 is 3. So 12/8, the date of his death, is 3/8 in numerology, just like the date the album released. Caller?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
What's up?
What's up? I seen that Death Race is 38 for reduction.
Good observation.
Yep. And he died on his, he lived 7,676 days, 7676. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, that's a good observation too.
And have you heard about all these students at ECU dying? I've been working a lot. I haven't really been on YouTube to see if you talked about that.
At what university?
East Carolina University, 6 students this semester died.
I didn't know about that. No, I'll have to look into that.
Yep, ECU. And guess who's alumni at ECU? Just take a wild guess. I'll give you a hint. It's an actress.
As an actor, you're gonna have to help me up, man. I don't got it right now.
I said actress.
Oh, actress.
Yeah.
You're still gonna have to help me out. I don't got it this morning.
Sandra Bullock.
Oh wow. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. Right. And then when you type in ECU in school, full reduction is 38.
Huh.
So when they talk about these students, these 6 students, when you look at the news article, it said found dead. Found dead is 38.
Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. That's very interesting.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that's just a couple of things that I wanted to tell you about. I'll let you get back to what you're doing.
All right, I appreciate the heads up. Thank you.
All right, well.
That's it. Notice how Death Race and Kabbalah sync up. They're the exact same when you run the alphabetic order in reverse, the reverse alphabetic order, the reverse alphabetic order with the rules numerology, and then they share that 38 value as well. Again, Kabbalah is where this practice of coding numbers into words comes from. Kabbalah's Book of Formation says God created the world with letters, numbers, words. So, the thing about the full title of the album, Death Race for Love, it sums to 274. And his last full day on this earth was December 7th, yesterday. So his last full day alive, 274 days after the release of the album. And then he dies early the next day in the airport, reportedly from a seizure, which they're saying they don't know what caused it yet. And I'm sure in time they'll put out a story by the numbers about, he was using fentanyl or something like this. It'll be just like what they've done with Prince and Tom Petty and Mac Miller and a number of others. So, Seizure has that gematria of 86. Again, earlier this year, his father died 86 days after the release of this same album. He died on June 2nd. Blood Sacrifice is 86. And here we can just look at his father's death real quick. Juice WRLD mourns the loss of his father, and if you go back and look, his father died June 2nd, and we put out a video on this day. My video on it's not up because that channel was taken down. If you're new here, my channel's been taken down. I'm on my 20th channel now. So, we were up to 70,000 subscribers again, and then we got deleted again. So, we're trying to rebuild it, but I already got 2 strikes on this channel, so this channel probably won't be up long either. But, anyway. Sacrifice 62, the name Jared Higgins is also 62. And again, this is why you got to know all 4 ciphers. Again, let's just type in Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Jared Higgins is 73 and 62. Sacrifice 46, like Chicago, where his father just died. And the only number we didn't cover is 170. This does show up in Suspicious Death Rituals as well. Not sure it's present in this one, but 3 of these 4 ciphers, all easily connected to the ritual of this death and his father's death on June 2nd. And when his father died, it was also 26 weeks after his birthday at the time. The reflection is 62. And again, we showed how from the release of Death Race for Love to the father's death was 86 days. Blood Sacrifice. Now he's dead from a seizure. Seizure 86. Talked about how that album came out on March 8th. He was 20 years old when his father died as well. Death is 38 and 20. Death Race for Love has that gematria of 158 as well, like Freemasonry. Big number with Freemasonry. In the Kabbalah cipher, if you write out the words December 8th, it sums to 158 as well. I documented that in my book, talking about the deaths of other people, other musicians on this day in history. And the day his father died, June 2nd, 2019. It was also a date with 47 numerology, like the 47 degrees on the Masonic compass. So those are the key points for now about Juice WRLD's passing. Or actually, no, there's actually one more thing we got to talk about. From his father's death to his death today, notice it's 27 weeks. You've heard of the 27 Club before, dead musicians in 27. Seizure also sums to 103, which is the 27th prime number. Prime numbers are those numbers that can only be divided by one of themselves, and Ritual's 27. So hold on, we got another call. Caller?
Yeah, Zach. It's kind of crazy that old dude died today, Juice WRLD, because dang, it's just shocking. Because they said I had listened to a video this year, and they said that it was predicting 3 rappers to die between this year, and how Nipsey Hussle died, and now he died. Now I guess it leaves one more before his prediction to be right, that 3 rappers gonna die this year.
Well, there's already been more than 3 this year. There was several that died just at the beginning of the year. You had the battle rapper. I think he was in Chicago. You had I'm gonna have to go back. There's been a number. There's a rapper who just died in London 2 days ago who was stabbed to death.
Okay, dang. So I guess it is true then, man. But yeah, this is real crazy, man. And I guess we're gonna see maybe a lot of upsets. I'm hoping in football today. So it's just crazy, though, because I didn't see people dying. A lot of the rappers dying from seizures, and I just never got it. These people are young, so I just never get how they just died of a seizure. I'll see if you kind of like older or whatever, but
right. Yeah, it's suspicious, that's for sure. So.
Yeah, sure. But that's all I had to say, man. But keep the good work, man.
All right, I will. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. All right, take care. Caller? Oh, well, they hung up. Some people are calling and hanging up. I don't know if it's my phone or what. But yeah, the way these numbers 42 and 59 come together, if you read my book, it's the 18th chapter of the book. Musicians who've died in history that have a connection to December 8th include Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison was born on December 8th. He died on July 3rd, 7-3. Just like how we were talking about how Jared Higgins equals 73, Higgins 73, Sacrifice 73. So, just go over some of these deaths. Jim Morrison was born on a date that would later prove fateful for musicians such as John Lennon and Dimebag Darrel. And you can add Juice WRLD to that list. And the other year it was Rick Ross's manager on this day. Caller?
But yeah, the way these numbers 42 and 59 come together, if you read my...
Caller? Hello?
Hey, just want to add to the 73 one on here.
Sure.
Because Ritual 73 equals... Ritual Sacrifice is 73 as well.
Yeah, it is.
Full reduction.
Yeah.
Seizure at Midway 73. And what else? BC Midway Airport 73. You already broke that down. But yeah, this is connected to Ski Master Slum God, because I seen academics post that this guy was mourning, so-called mourning, and I checked from his birthday to today, 33 weeks and 3 days.
He's another rapper?
Yeah, just another rapper. Okay. They're close friends in the rap game.
Yeah. Oftentimes these rituals are for somebody else's success, so...
Yeah, of course. Yeah, but this Saturnian ritual, too, his last day alive yesterday, right? Saturday.
Right.
He's dead at 21, Saturday 21.
Mm-hmm. So is Sunday.
6 days. Yeah, 6 days after his birthday.
Right.
And then 9 months since Death Race for Love came out. Exactly 9 months. So that's a 6-9, Saturn 6-9.
Mm-hmm.
Saturn 42, Juice WRLD 42, of course.
Right. And 9 represents completion in numerology, and he did die exactly 9 weeks after the release of the album, so... Or 9 months, yeah.
I just wanted to add that, man. Oh, yeah, but after this video is done, I'm going to comment, I'm going to leave a link to a photo of him and his girlfriend, so-called girlfriend at least, but What you're gonna see is on her sternum, she has a tattoo of the square and compass with the eye in the middle.
Yeah, masonry. Appreciate it, man.
All right, thanks,
All
bro.
right, take care.
Bye.
Caller? Hello?
Hello there, Zach. Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hey there, Zach. This is Mel from New York City. How are you doing? Great to talk to you again. I was just tuning into your show, and, I couldn't catch the whole deal. I have no idea about this guy. I've never heard of him, Juice Wrld. But what was funny is that I wake up this morning after dreaming of number 42. And then, and I was like, what the heck has this got to do with 42? And I clearly remember 42 and 42 and 42, right? So I wake up in the morning and it's like 42 is in my head. And then I'm tuning into your show, and I just realized that there's the 42 number coming up with this particular situation, Zach. So I just want to throw that in there and see what you think about this random 42 that I kind of like sensed, up here this morning.
Well, I think that's something about just how we're all connected. And, when I first started this research, I stopped dreaming in recent years. Like, I almost never dream. I probably have a dream like one day out of the year that I remember. But when I first started this research back in 2013, I would often dream about a word and a number. And I'd wake up and I'd decode it. I'd be like, wow, that's exactly what the word equals. The same number that I was dreaming about with the word. So, yeah, there's something like subconscious about it. But, that is interesting. I've had similar experiences.
Yeah, so I just wanted to throw that in there, into your dialogue over there. But by the way, it's amazing, what's happening out there, all these numbers. And your work is one of a kind, Zach. Like, I'm so impressed. And I came across this in, 2016, I believe, just as Donald Trump was taking over. And I had no clue about this till I came across your channel. And then since then, it's been like a freaking, I just can't believe it. It's like a world of, the whole thing is like, there's nothing more important to me than this information, it seems to me, because it's like, you got to get to the bottom of this, and nobody knows what the heck is happening. It's amazing, Zach. Keep up the great work, and I just wanted to throw that in there. I mean, it's unbelievable that I was thinking of 42, and I didn't know what the heck is going on. Wake up with 42 in my head, All right, Zach, great work. Keep up the great work. Talk to you later. I'll let you go back to what you're doing.
All right, appreciate it, friend. Take care, man. And, I just knew when I got up today there would be something in the headlines because it's December 8th. I wrote about this date in my book and how infamous it is. So, sure enough, we got another young dead celebrity. Caller?
Yo, Zach, what's happening, man? My name's DJ, calling from Ohio.
Thanks for calling in.
I just started listening, so I don't know if you covered this or not, but Juice WRLD's biggest song was a big deal because it was a sample from The Police.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What's the name of that song? I gotta look that up.
The song is called Lucid Dreams.
Lucid?
Yeah, that's the Juice WRLD song, and it contains a sample from a Police track. I can't remember which one, but I believe it might be on that same album.
Synchronicity, probably.
Murder by Numbers.
Yeah, it's probably on Synchronicity. That's what the album that Murder by Numbers is on.
And there's one more thing before I go. If you have time to check it out, man, there was last week a man in Mansfield, Ohio, was murdered by police. They said he was wielding a sword. It was Mansfield, Ohio, 8338, and of course murdered 38. Some other things happened. So if you have a second, Mansfield, Ohio, sword wielding guy shot by police. If you have a second, check that out for me.
Okay.
Thank you, Zach.
All right, I'll do it.
All right,
Appreciate
brother.
it, man. Take care. All right, so I gotta look into a dead Atlanta Falcon. I gotta look into East Carolina University deaths. I gotta look into Mansfield, Ohio with a sword. Okay, I gotta keep it all straight. So I'm just noticing that lucid dreams. I'm gonna have to look more into this. Lucid dreams, Juice WRLD. Song sampled. Let's see what song it was. So again, Police are the band that have the song Murder by Numbers, which we talked about earlier. Lucid Dreams contains a reworked sample from Sting's. Well, it's not going to be Synchronicity, because Synchronicity came out in '83. 1993 classic track Shape of My Heart. Shape of My Heart. I don't know that song off the top of my head. So, but I would like to see Lucid Dreams song release date. I'd like to know when this song came out. 2018. It must be off his... Or hold on. Lucid Dreams. It was officially released Interscope Records on May 4th. Okay, May 4th. 2018. So that's the biggest song of his career. Let's just see how that syncs up with today. May 4th, 2018. It's 83 weeks and 2 days later. So there's that 83 again. Again, Murder's 83. His album came out on March 8th. Not sure if 583 is a prime number. It's also 583 days. Okay. Well, that was a good tip. I didn't know that. Caller?
Yeah, sorry, I just tried calling in multiple times. I wasn't hanging up. I don't know, I couldn't get in, but Juice WRLD has this tweet from April 24/7, 2017. You there?
You said April 4th, 2017?
April 24th, 2017.
Okay.
And it says, my goal is to get overly famous, shine for a couple years, then fake my death.
April 24, 2017. I got to go back and find that.
Yeah, you might have some date numerology or something, or the span from here until then or something. But
it's exactly, so what's interesting is if you count the full span of days from the day he said that to today, it's 959 days, so it's got that 59 in there, but it's also 137 weeks right on the nose, which is the 33rd prime.
37, 33, yeah.
And then Juice is 33 like Sunday, and he's dead on a Sunday.
It's crazy how all these rappers have like subliminal messages and like, you know.
So, how do I find that? Juice WRLD tweet, April 24th, 2017?
Just type in, like, my goal is to get overly famous, Juice WRLD tweet or something.
Let me see. I'll try that out.
If you look in the replies, everyone's, like, going crazy and stuff, so.
My goal is to get overly famous?
Yeah, shine for a couple years, then fake my death with the coffin emoji.
And again, death sells. I mean, anytime somebody dies, you know, sales go up. So that's the incentive to do this.
Yeah, exactly. Do you think he knew he was going to die or something?
Whoops, I see what I'm doing wrong. Say that again?
You think he knew he was going to die or something?
Well, I wonder with some of them if, like, when they sign on the line, they're told what their their script's gonna be.
To do and, like, you know.
All right, I'm having trouble pulling up the tweet right now, but I'll figure out how to find it. So yeah, I would like to see that.
Yeah, they're just all right.
All right, I appreciate it.
Yep.
See, man. All right, so it's got to be out there. So maybe I gotta type in "fake my death." But yeah, if that's the date, 137 weeks right on the nose. That's the 33rd prime. And by the way, Kabbalah in Hebrew sums to 137. Again, that's what they operate by. This Kabbalah code of letters and numbers. Okay, I'm going to find this later, but he gave us the information, April 24th. So, I just wanted to go back and look at some of these other deaths in history that connect to this date, including Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison's death was blamed on an overdose. That might be what they come out and say is the case with Juice Wrld. Overdose and seizure have a lot of gematria overlap. Jim Morrison's overdose was blamed on heroin. Of course, fentanyl is related. Jim Morrison died at age 27, just like how Juice Wrld's died 27 weeks after his father. Again, seizure and overdose are both 103, the 27th prime. Caller?
Hey, Big Zach, how you doing, buddy?
Doing all right. What's up, man?
Yeah, I just woke up. My daughter was in the shower. She's listening to Juice Wrld. Then I turned you on, and I'm hearing about this Juice Wrld death. What's significant about 12/8? I'm a little bit late to the gate, to the party. What?
Well, again, 12 in numerology is 3. 1 plus 2 is 3, so the date's a lot like 3/8 in numerology, like how death, murder, killing, RIP, they're all 38. John Lennon died on this day. Jim Morrison was born on this day. Dimebag Darrel was murdered on the stage on this day. There's been a number of other deaths too, but those are some of the more notable ones.
All right, very good. Thank you, sir. I appreciate your time. I'll let you go. I know you're a busy man.
All right, good to hear your voice, man. Missed you this past week. Take care. He said his daughter is listening to Juice Wrld. Okay. Jim Morrison was one of many celebrities who was found dead in a bathtub. You know, speaking of 42 in Black history, Whitney Houston found in the bathtub on the 42nd day of the year. Her daughter went out by the same numbers. But bathtub sums to 74, like gematria, like killing, like Masonic, like a cult. He died in Paris. Paris, the land of the Scottish Rite. Paris sums to 27, like how he died at age 27, the same day that Jim Morrison died. His father retired from the Navy. His father was a bigwig in the Navy. He was part of the lie that got us into Vietnam. Jim Morrison's death was 158 days before his upcoming 28th birthday. And again, with regards to Juice Wrld, the reason I'm going over this is just to talk about the parallels between all of these deaths. Again, Juice Wrld's album, Death Race for Love, has that 158 in it as well. Death Race for Love. With the alphabetic order, 158. And again, Freemasonry's 158. The Jesuits were formed on 15/8. This number is used in more than just death. Like if, you know, over in the UK, Boris Johnson's the new Prime Minister, 158. He took office exactly 158 weeks after Theresa May took office. So, anyway. Again, you just go all throughout history. You see how the same patterns, the same numbers show up, and they all point in one direction, and that's Freemasonry. Freemasonry is primarily Jewish, and it's no secret who controls the world of entertainment. Caller?
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
What's up, man?
From Oklahoma.
Yeah, what's going on?
I have a question for you.
Sure.
When economy goes down the drain and all the people of the world uprise against the elite, where do you think they go?
Say it again?
When the economy goes down the drain and they say the people will uprise against the elite, where do you think the elite will go?
I mean, that's hard to say, man. I'm not elite. I heard they got underground fortresses. It's just hard to say if we ever cross that bridge, but I'm sure they got a plan, so.
Exactly. So, I hear you all the time, and I listen to you all the time, and when we talk about these celebrities and their deaths, and where do we think they're going, I know at least 2 or 3 years ago when I first got into all this, it was very big on underground cities are being created.
Right.
So I don't know if you want to look more into that and see what's going on with all these underground cities that are no longer in the news, that no one else is talking about. And when we question where these elites are going, or these celebrities are going, I have an idea that's where they are.
Okay, well, that's a thought. And what's his name? The dude from Key and Peele put out that movie earlier this year, Us, which had a lot to do with people living underground, so.
Correct, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I just was listening to the live stream, and I didn't want to, I don't know if you're still live right now.
Mm-hmm, I am.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's all I wanted to chime in.
Okay, well, I appreciate the thought. Thanks.
Not a problem. Take care.
Take care, man. And by the way, Jim Morrison, when he died, his girlfriend who found him, she would end up dead in 1974. Again, bathtub 74, killing 74. And she died on April 25th. That's the 115th day of the year. And just to point out the connection to Masonry again, look at killing. Killing 74, 115. It's also 43. Look at Masonic. 74, 115, 43. And bathtub's got that 74, 115, 43 as well. So his girlfriend, who found him dead in the bathtub, ends up dying in 1974 on the 115th day of the year. Jim Morrison. Caller?
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
What's up, man?
Hey, I was calling. Did you know that the rapper that just died, Juice Wrld, he put out a song called "Devil Horns"?
I didn't know that. Nope.
And I guess because Larry Johnson posted something on his Twitter, he said that he rapped about he wouldn't live past 21.
And Juice equals 21. 21's the sixth triangular number. If you had 1 through 6 together, it's 21, and he's dead 6 days after his birthday.
Right. I don't know what song it is that he rapped about it, but apparently there's a song where he says he wouldn't live past 21.
Somebody just called in a minute ago too and said he put out a tweet April 24, 2017 that said he would die young too, and that was exactly 137 weeks ago.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy. You know, yeah. People can't see the obvious here. It's just it's unreal. I mean.
Well, it is really unreal, man, because we document the same thing week after week, and we still got skeptics. It's like, how many more times we got to prove the same thing over and over again? I mean,
exactly.
So,
yeah, I just wanted to run that by you real quick. I didn't know if you knew about that. So.
All right, I didn't. I appreciate it.
No problem.
All right, take care. All right, so yeah, he does have a song called "Devil Horns." I don't know what that equals anyway. Let's see. 54, 144. Those are time numbers. They're Jesuit numbers too. All right, coming back to these December 8th related deaths. John Lennon, probably the most famous death on December 8th. Beatle. Caller?
Alright, boom. Now you're in Gematria, right? Alright, cool. Put in Twitter right now in Gematria. It's crazy, bro.
Oh, type in Twitter?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what the gematria values are at Twitter, but I'll do it. Yeah, same numbers we're talking about.
Like, bro, it's crazy, man. Like, it just makes me think, like, I don't know, like Twitter's just like the damn devil or something like that.
Well, it's Masonry, man. It's Masonry. Masonry runs the show. And I mean, type in the name Trump and look at Twitter. It's why Trump's. It's all a joke, man. So.
Man, and remember where I had spoke about Saturn and when it came to Juice and all that, and come to find out, Tupac was 21 when he did Juice, the movie.
Well, doesn't that make too much sense?
It's crazy, man. Yo, man, you the truth, man. Keep it up.
All right, appreciate it. Take care. Yeah, and really, it's like if there's a web, it is a web. But if you look at the web of hip hop deaths since Tupac, they're all related to Tupac. It's like all the rituals come back to Tupac. And again, Tupac equals 74. His rap alias Machiavelli 74. By the way, when his mom died, that was the news story on the real Machiavelli's death. But that final album, Machiavelli, the last he recorded while he was alive, it's Tupac on the Cross. Cross is 74. Rapper 74. You just had Kanye release his album, the Jesus album, on the 74 date. Jesus is 74. Messiah 74. Gospel 74. Parable 74. Again, people get mad at me. They say I'm mistranslating the Bible, but there's only 2 descriptions of Jesus in the Bible, and they describe his hair as being like wool. Now, there's only one group of people I know on the planet that have hair like wool, and again, the people in the beginning of the Bible, they're black. They're black. Methuselah, the oldest person from the Old Testament, is clearly described as a black man. People say, well, they just say it's white like wool, like to describe white, but why say white like wool? I mean, you could describe white 1,000 different ways without saying like wool. So, I mean, to say like wool, there's a reason that physical description's in there to describe his hair. Revelation 1:14. Okay, so about John Lennon's death. By the way, John Lennon's death seemed to have been foreshadowed in the film Rosemary's Baby. John Lennon dies. If you've never seen Rosemary's Baby, at the beginning of the movie, a woman supposedly commits suicide. And that's the same spot in real life where that film was shot that John Lennon was reportedly murdered. And if you go back and watch that scene of the death of the young woman in the beginning of the movie, when they're showing her death, there's a Beetle right there, a car, a Volkswagen Beetle, just right there. And then John Lennon, the Beetle, ends up getting shot pretty much in that same spot. And by the way, if you've never seen Rosemary's Baby, you should see that movie because it's about an entertainer selling his soul to the devil and the deaths that it results in. And I was going to say you should check out my video on that, but never mind, it was taken down with my channel, so I'll have to re-upload that. Okay. So as John Lennon was returning to his Manhattan apartment with his wife Yoko Ono, 25-year-old assassin, remember the word death equals 25, Tupac died at age 25. Notorious B.I.G. died a span of 74 days from his 25th birthday. He died in 97. 97 is the 25th prime. Death equals 97 and 25. Just like how Tupac was shot on September 7th, 9/7, the same day Mac Miller died. So, 25-year-old assassin Mark David Chapman, they always give you that 3-part name, would gun him down with a 38 caliber handgun. 38, 38, death, murder, killing, RIP, all 38, December 8th, 12/8, 12 in numerologies, 1 + 2 is 3, 38. The name of the assassin, Mark David Chapman, equates to 67. The word killer equals 67. Making matters even more interesting, he was on his 213th day of being 25 years old, having a May 10th, 1955 birthday. The word death in satanic gematria is 213. So, as you read these excerpts, you'll be like, what? Understand, this is a long chapter, and before we've gotten to this part in the chapter, I've covered what all these numbers mean. So I wrote some sentences without explaining. If you're reading this, you'd be like, well, what's 213? But if you've read the whole chapter, again, you'd already know what 213 is. And by the way, you want to talk about 213 with Tupac Shakur? Let's go back and do it. Tupac Shakur's last album while he was alive, All Eyes on Me, released February 13th. Here, let's just make a point real quick. Oh shit, I also just realized I'm reading from my book, which you can't even see on the screen. My fault, because all you see right now is, I'm sorry you guys, I'm reading from my book, which is up on my screen, but all that you see on my thing is my browser. But hold on, I'm gonna show you something about Tupac and 213. Caller?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. What's up, man?
Okay, so Juice WRLD has a single called Legends.
Legends.
And look up the lyrics to this song, and he talks about the 27 Club, and how he blatantly just says, we're not making it past 21.
Okay.
He also says he's got to keep a gun on him at all times because he's being paranoid. And before that, he says he wants to be a legend, but then he notices all the legends are dying. They told him he's going to be a legend, but then he's like, I don't want to be a legend anymore because all of them are dying. He's like, what's going on?
Huh.
So
I see a few things in this that are interesting. Legends equals 33 like Juice like Sunday. And again, from that tweet on April 24th, it's 137 weeks, the 33rd prime. It's also 66, and he's dead 6 months and 6 days after his father. And then I know the singular of Legends, that 47 Masonic number, also 25 like death, 115 like Masonic and killing, so... Yeah, good heads up on that. Yep, there it is right there in the lyrics. I got it up on the screen.
Yeah, what's funny is I woke up and I saw the news, and I went on Instagram, and this page that I follow, they posted it. They posted the lyric, and I'm like, what? So I immediately came to you, and what'd you say Legends equals to? 33?
Yeah, Legends is 33, like Juice, like Sunday, same cipher.
What's funny is if you put my first name in the gematria, it'll equal to 33.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Good observation,
right,
man. Appreciate it.
All right, appreciate it.
That's it. And here, let me fix this on OBS so you guys can see when I'm looking at the book. Hold up. Okay, because I've been reading off this book, but I forgot that you guys couldn't see it, so now you can. So earlier when I was talking about Jim Morrison's death, all the numbers, information was on the screen. I forgot you guys couldn't see it though, so. John Lennon, we were talking about how the assassin was on his 213th day of his age, and since today we're talking about a hip-hop death again. Tupac, All Eyes on Me release date. This album was delayed about 1,000 times too before it came out, but they finally put it out on February 13th, and then Tupac died September 13th, 1996. Let me just show you all this right here. Tupac Shakur, date of death. Caller?
Hey, yeah, Zach.
What's going on?
Oh, man. I'm glad I got a hold of you. I was actually watching your live feed just now, and I wanted to say, I've been watching you for about maybe 6-7 years now. You know, I've been with you for channel after channel after channel, and I know that you're coming with shit that they can't handle, and that's why they keep coming for you. About this Juice Wrld guy, okay, first off, let's just deal with the elephant in the room. Juice Wrld's music is trash, just like Extension's music was trash. Most of these little emo nerd, I want to be depressed rapper types, all their music is trash, and they're like characters. You know, I just happened to watch an episode of Criminal Minds earlier, and it happened to be one of the older episodes where they were dealing with this vampire rock band type. And, you know, through the episode, they're like telling people, like, listen, it's all a show, you know, like all of this is a show. Only reason that these numbers even sync up is because he's part of the script. All of this is a script. At the end of the day, I don't know if we all know what the end game is for these elite rich assholes that are running the shows, but at the end of the day, all of this is script. It's all garbage, and for the masses, I don't know if these people are really dying or not. I can't say. I imagine somebody like Juice Wrld don't have enough juice in that world to survive this. He's probably just another casualty of the system that he's in.
Sure, it's possible. Yeah.
You know, I do want to say that I do appreciate what you're doing, what you've been doing, because you're coming with some facts that I can't see how anybody with any common damn sense is going to argue. I mean, these numbers cannot possibly be coincidence. There's no way this many deaths, this much script is coming when all these numbers are syncing up, and that anybody's going to sit there and say anything other than there's something to this. There is something to this. There's a whole lot of something to this.
Of course there is. I mean, it's undeniable unless you really want to deny it, so.
I don't even know if half of the people that are denying this stuff are not part of the system themselves, you know?
Well, I mean, in a way, everybody's part of the system because we're all born into it and we're all indoctrinated by it, and it's just a lot of people don't want to, you know, free their mind from it, so.
As far as that goes, okay, I wanted to step sidebar because I didn't actually think I'd be able to get through to you. So I wanted to throw this at you, and maybe you can tackle this in another video you do at some other point in time. What if these police that are actually going around committing these open murders against unarmed black people, what if we decided to look at something a little far nefarious, far more nefarious than we ever thought? What if all of them are on something? And the cops that actually are charged with these crimes, you know, that are let go essentially throughout bullshit court trials. What if these cops are all part of PSYOPs, belonging to different Mason groups, you know, different sects?
That is what's going on. I've said that many times, man. It's not an accident they had the band The Police put out Murder by Numbers. I mean, they're the ones just think about it.
Remember the bolo that the FBI put out? I think it was 2010, 2011, when they issued a bolo to all the police departments around the country stating that they were infiltrated by Masonic groups, and also that the lead of the Masonic groups that infiltrated them.
They all know that, man. You go into a police station and survey them, they're almost all of them are Masons anyway. Over 90% of them are going to be part of the local club, so.
So I think we're all looking in the wrong place to actually do something to break the system. I don't think that anybody appealing to the government, essentially, this is my thinking, if the police are hired by ultimately the Department of Defense, then the Department of Defense have hired these maniacs to police and kill and do all this stuff that they're doing. Why are we still trying to deal with the Senate, Congress? Why aren't we just cutting these people out? Why do we even have to listen to these people as authority? Who are they?
Well, I've been saying the same thing, man. I mean, that's the only way you're going to get out of this system is by tearing it down to the ground. You're not going to get justice within this system. It's built by them. It's controlled by them. So, I mean, yeah, you got to do away with all of it. You got to get rid of this government. You got to get rid of these police. I mean, until then, nothing's going to change. So,
what I would suggest for you to do as just a viewer of your content, again, I appreciate all that you do. I would suggest if you have any of some of your older content from maybe about 4 or 5 channels ago, I remember you actually putting up a video that was touching on the fact that you were going over the Piltdown names. And I think that you need to rebuy some of your old content, because some of your old content, you basically were walking our hands through this like a little children and explaining everything down to the T. Some of this might refresh some of the memories of some of these people that are calling in. I hear these guys and they're doing homework. They're just not as efficient and they're not as detailed as you are. I would personally enjoy if you could re-upload some of that older content, especially some of those things where you're dealing with the natural disasters like the bombing they were doing under the San Francisco bridge.
sure. Yeah, I can go back and find those videos. I have almost everything backed up, so I can do that.
Definitely. What I will do for you is you will get a message it will be on one of your YouTube videos. Probably in the next video you link up. You will know it's me. My name is Miko.
Okay, I'll look for it. Appreciate it, Miko.
Take it easy, bro.
All right, take care, man. See you. Okay, so I was just saying about Tupac. Again, All Eyes on Me came out on February 13th, 213. By the way, that's the 44th day of the year. Shooting equals 44, kills 44. He died from complications due to a drive-by shooting, supposedly. The day he died, September 13th, that was 213 days later. In satanic gematria, death is 213. And again, drive-by shooting is 213. And I can't think of the rapper's name right now, but it was at the beginning of the year. He was a Florida rapper. He was found guilty of murdering his friends. That happened on a date with 74 numerology, but it was February 13th that he turned himself in for the shooting. So again, just the same old repetitive patterns. That was a rapper at the beginning of this year on February 13th, turned himself in for murdering his friends, supposedly. And the day Tupac died, September 13th, Tupac Shakur equals 158. We talked about that number today, right? Freemasonry's 139 and 158. Notice Tupac Shakur, 139. Dead on 13/9, September 13th. Freemasonry, 139. You see? Again, this stuff always points in one direction. They put out a movie about All Eyes on Me, and it begins with his mother, the Black Panther, at the courthouse. Black Panther's 213. And then again, they announced her death on the real Machiavelli's birthday a few years back. You know, Tupac's rap alias, Machiavelli. Her death on his birthday anniversary. And of course, Machiavelli faked his death, right? So, and Tupac was another musician who rapped about his premature death on multiple albums before he died. You know, you can't see me. And like the caller said earlier, it could be plastic surgery. It could be that these people, you know, they get their faces reconstructed. That's entirely possible in this day and age. Maybe they get their voice box changed. So, I'm sure if you were told that you could have a short entertainment career, prematurely die in the public headlines, and live the rest of your life comfortably, I'm sure a lot of people would take that package deal. So, I don't think anyone with integrity would take that deal, but I know a lot of people would take it because a lot of people don't have any integrity. Most people put money over all other things. So, I forget what day the Machiavelli album came out, but if I remember right, it came out 53 days after his death. Machiavelli album release date. And I'm pretty sure that Real Machiavelli's birthday is May 3rd, which was the same day his mother's death was announced. This album did come out on November 5th, another 115, and we've been talking about 115. Again, Masonic Killing 115. And let me see, was it 53 days later? I think it was. Let's see. Yeah, it was 53 days later. And if I'm... Let me see. Is it Machiavelli? Yeah, his birthday is May 3rd. You see that? 5-3. And then again, a few years back, his mother's death was the news headline on May 3rd. Tupac's mother, Finney Shakur. So that's why that album came out 53 days after his death. I forget how the actual Machiavelli gematria stacks up. 67 like Blood Sacrifice. Okay, so I was coming back to John Lennon's death. So again, the reason we got on 213 is because the guy who killed John Lennon, it was his 213th day of his age. He was 25 years old, like Tupac was 25. Death's 25. Again, just to be thorough, Death is 97 and 25. 97 is the 25th prime. Tupac was shot on 9/7, September 7th. You can also write that date 7/9. Murder's 79. Mac Miller just died on that day last year. Last year, before that day happened, we said circle that date. Be a date right for a suspicious death this year. Ended up being Mac Miller. And December 8th, it's just always a date. Always remember December 8th. Wrote about that in the book. Let's see. So John Lennon, he was on his 61st day of his age. The name John equals 61, so does time. So John Lennon goes down on his 61st day of his age. His wife, Yoko Ono, was 47 at the time. And again, just see how this comes together. John, 4761, time, 4761. 61st day of his age. And let's see. Yoko Ono equals 38, like, again, like Death, Murder, Killing, R.I.P. Her name actually has a few interesting connections there. And let's see. He died on a date with 119 numerology, all-seeing eye, Orthodox, Star of David, Ashkenazi Jews. Special number there. And the Beatles equals 119 as well. That's probably what it was really all about in regards to him being a member of the Beatles. The most famous member. And then I remember this album this article from March 22nd, 2016. That was the day of the Belgium Brussels attack. Holy Grail, a Beatles record, sells for $110,000. And March 22nd is funny because Beatles in Jewish gematria is 223, like the way that date can be written. By the way, this chapter is over 150 pages long. I got like every famous person's death you can think of in here. So, and it's the same numbers again and again. Dimebag Darrel was the guitarist from Pantera. He died on this day in history, was murdered on stage. The well-remembered guitarist for Pantera and a number of other bands would be killed at age 38 on the anniversary of the assassination of John Lennon, who was killed with a 38, while performing on stage with his band Damage Plan. So he wasn't playing with Pantera, he's playing with his other band Damage Plan. Damage Plan sums to 38. Killed at 38 on this date, December 8th. Again, 12/8. 12 in numerology is 3. Damage Plan 38, 74. Isn't it funny how the same numbers show up again and again? Dimebag Darrel was killed on his 111th day of being 38 years young, and that fit with his artist name perfectly. What do you think Dimebag Darrel equals? Killed on his 111th day of his age. With the alphabetic order, 111. And Rockstar has that gematria too, when you run the alphabetic order in reverse. And anything that has a gematria of 111 with the alphabetic order or the reverse alphabetic order, it also has a value of 666. Because there's a cipher where you multiply the orders times 6. So... Okay, so... Let's see. Adding insult to injury was the gematria of the assassin's name, Nathan Gale. So Nathan Gale was the killer, and notice what Nathan Gale equals. 38. Also 187 like the homicide code. Also 83 like murder. And this 52 over here, did I just see that in damage plan? It had damage plan 52. So that's why a lot of times when you look at this, it's like, okay, did this even really happen? Or is this just like all contrived BS? So, this happened in Ohio. Ohio's 187 in satanic gematria. It's reported the killer shot 15 bullets, killing 4 people and injuring 7 more. We just saw damage plan 7-4. When you write out 15, look at 15. 38. Damage plan Nathan Hale, Dimebag, Darrel dead at 38. You see the 34 over here too. That's another number that shows up because murder's 34 and 38. Yeah, this happened in Columbus, Ohio. Columbus is 47. Ohio's 47. Rock's 47. You see how... Well, let's actually just do that again. Rock, Ohio. So, Rockstar murdered in Ohio. It's got that 47-61 connection, just like John Lennon. John Lennon, who died on his 61st day of his age. And John Lennon was... oh, never mind. I was going to bring up the British aspect, but it's okay. Save it for later. Columbus was also 25 like death. And the day he was killed, December 8th, 2004, 12 plus 8 is 20, plus 20 is 40, plus 04 is 44. Again, kills 44, shootings 44. Murdered in a shooting on stage. And hold on. John Glenn, the astronaut, died by the numbers on this day. And the last one I got in before I released my book was Black Bo, who was the manager for Rick Ross. Rick Ross, of course, who has a song about Freemasonry, and earlier this year put out a song about being in Skull and Bones for life. Hold on, we got another caller here. Caller? Caller?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on. What's up?
So I was just calling to kind of get your opinion on, like, what do you think about, like, because you talk about how, like, artists drop their albums on certain dates or movies come out and all that stuff. Like, when it comes to artists, do you think that like the labels kind of like make them drop albums at certain times, or
absolutely, absolutely? That's how it's entirely done every time.
Because like I remember when you, like, one of your channels that got deleted, you had put up a video about Black Youngster, and he named his album
223.
223, yeah. And I was just wondering, like, did he do that, or did like they make him so?
Of course they made him do it, man.
Like,
of course they made him do it. Remember what the story was? That it took him 223, right? And $2 million is 223. It's all made up, man.
So pertaining to that, do you think they work around that number, or is it like, I mean, I know it's all planned.
Oh, of course they work around the number 223, man. That is their number. Masonic and Jewish gematria is 223. The Synagogue of Satan's 223. That's who they are. The false Jews are the Synagogue of Satan. That's the name they identify by.
For sure.
And isn't he the same artist who the album before that was called Illuminati?
Yeah, for sure.
So 223 is the 48th prime, and Illuminati equals 48 like Freemason.
And also his name and his real name and his rap name are the same in the four ciphers, the four-page cipher, like exactly the same in the four-page ciphers.
That's right, exactly. Yeah.
And also, one more question.
like I've been watching your stuff for a minute, and I kind of just like at this point it's just like everything that happens is according to the numbers and according to gematria. So it's like I don't want to say that it's. I've read your book, and I've signed up to the Patreon also. But like I don't want to say that it's pointless to watch your video because at this point I just know that every time that something happens, it's just the same thing over and over again. And I try to like teach people about it. But like, what do you think that their ultimate goal is with all this stuff? Like ultimately, like if you could put like a definitive like goal on what they're trying to do ultimately, like what do you think that it would be?
Well, it's to play God. So
like, but how do you think that like a new world order thing can actually happen like in the near future?
Oh, what
like
thing?
What, new world order.
The new world order has been going on, man. It's the old world order.
That's a good way to put it. All right, man. That's all I wanted.
But yeah, I mean, again, this whole thing of letters and numbers is the Kabbalistic belief of how God created and manages the world. So this is how they're creating and managing the world, the same way.
Right. So you think that this would just keep going on and nothing would change? Like they will have everybody like under like martial law and shit like that.
Well, I mean, people always talk about all this extreme stuff that's going to happen. See, to me, that's all the misinformation. Why do they need to do that? They already got the world under their thumb. They already got everybody submitting to their money system. They got everybody going to their schools, working their jobs, you know, participating in their entertainment, filling up their rig sports game stadiums. I mean, they got it.
So yeah, I see what you're saying. It's like why stop doing that when they kind of benefit.
That's why I started making videos, man. Because the whole truth community doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. To be perfectly honest, they don't see jack shit. No one just look at the whole truth community. Nobody shares this work. Nobody talks about it. When they do, they like make fun of it or dismiss it, and then they talk about like all this crazy shit that's gonna happen that's never gonna happen. So
yeah, man, it's kind of crazy trying to convince people with like solid facts and numbers. It's like if this was some shit that like came up in a court of law, it's like fucking proof you can't deny it, and people would just still it's crazy, man. It's crazy. But yeah, that's all I wanted. That's all I wanted to ask you about, man. That's it.
All right, I appreciate it. Take care, man.
You too.
Caller.
What's going on, Zach?
What's up?
21 is midway to 42.
You're just saying the word midway?
Yes. 21 is midway to 42.
Oh, got it. Yeah, 21 halfway to 42. Okay, I got what you're saying. Yeah.
I just picked that up, man.
Yeah, that's clever. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
I appreciate it.
Pretty compelling stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, and about 21 and 42, it always reminds, whenever I think of those numbers, I always think about the Super Bowl with the Seahawks where they didn't hand off to Marshawn Lynch because the date was February 1st, 2-1. The down was 2nd and 1. It was Russell Wilson's 21st pass intercepted by number 21 with 21 seconds left in the game. And then that made Tom Brady and co. 4-2 in Super Bowls versus the Seahawks, and Seahawks is 42. So,
you know, you bring that up, there could be some encoding for a future date.
Yeah. The same numbers always get put together, so. Yep.
Yeah. I just want to make one quick comment, I'll let you go. The guy who called further, I think he sounded like a black Israeli Hebrew or Israelite. Very interesting comments. He's got to remember that the word Negro was a construct, okay? Because black folk don't call themselves Negroes, okay? That came out of European racial identity when they started because the concept of race, as you probably understand, is a construct. It's made up, okay? People are defined by tribes, families, linguistic groups, and areas of the world, okay? So race was a totally made-up construct. It's an idiotic construct to look at different people, okay? It's kind of stupid, which leads to stupid conclusions like racism, okay? Which is kind of one of the most stupid things. But I just wanted to put that in there because it doesn't make any kind of sense.
Just to clarify real quick, your point on racism, are you saying it's stupid for people to be racist, or?
It's a totally made-up construct. There is no such thing as race. Okay, it's a made-up construct.
Well, here's what I would say to that. If it is a made-up construct, which you could argue it is, it's still something that exists within culture and that people believe in.
I'm not
saying
it doesn't exist.
Okay.
You're absolutely right. It does exist because people have conformed their thinking to it. Okay, people conform their thinking to a lot of false things, as you know. In fact, your whole show, what you do is showing how that is through numbers. Okay, so. It kind of aligns. I'm saying its premise and its basis are false. Okay, it's a contract. It's made up. Even in the Bible, it says peoples, nations, tongues, tribes. It's not race. Okay. Nowhere is that. Nowhere are people defined by that. People are defined linguistically, nationally, geographically, and family and tribes. That's how they're defined, and what comes out of their mouth, how they speak. Okay.
Sure.
So, racism exists. Racism exists because people are brainwashed into hating other people, and hating other people for the very wrong reasons. I'm not saying you should like somebody for what they do wrong. You should like somebody for what they do. I think that's what Martin Luther King's specials was all about. But people can't get beyond that. People are so brainwashed. I mean, you point that out there. Almost every week on your shows, everything you do, people are brainwashed. And you get frustrated about how people conform to idiotic, stupid notions. Okay?
Right.
That's all I'm saying. It's a shame that it exists because people have intelligence to see, or should have intelligence to see around it. Black and white people. You're going to conform to an idiotic notion of how people are based on the color of their skin? Are you out of your fucking mind? You know?
Right.
You know? We people got a lot of work to do. That's all I got to say. Anyway, I'll let you go.
All right. Appreciate it, man. Thanks.
All right. Take care.
Take care. Caller? Hello? Well, I don't know. They called in and hung up again. Somebody just brought up Black Youngsta. I forgot about this. This was the death right after. So these were the two stories I covered this June. I forgot that it was Black Youngsta. It was the other one. So Juice WRLD's father died June 2nd, 6'2". And again, Sacrifice is 62 and Jared Higgins is 62. And then Black Youngsta, who had the 223 album, his brother died June 9th, 62 days after Black Youngsta's birthday. And these stories were 1 week apart. And the family surname there was Benson. Where did I put it at? Benson 69, like how his brother died on 6/9, June 9th. Caller?
What's up, Zach?
What's up, man?
Chilling, man. It's B out of Detroit.
Thanks for calling.
Hey, damn, I'm straight up on the phone. My dude. Yeah, hey, that last caller was talking about race, man. I think people be blinded by that, like, how you say race is like a construct, right? Is that what he said?
Right.
What do you think about that?
Well, you know, I working with children, I've observed if you have a diverse group of young children, they'll just all play together. They don't think about what color they are or anything. So from that perspective, I could see it. But there's another part of me that actually looks at people, and I do think the people of the world, you look at the different, we'll just say complexions. It seems that everybody does have certain strengths or things that they excel at compared to, you know, people of other complexions. So I'm not sure that race doesn't exist. I mean, it's an interesting topic, but just as someone who grew up playing a lot of sports, I often noticed when when I was going up against black athletes, you reach another level. They're faster, they're quicker, they're stronger, they jump higher, and there are some white people that excel in those ways. But it's like, okay, there's not many white people that can jump like that. So, you know, to me there are some differences. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think there's some differences. I think I agree with that caller to a certain degree. I agree with you guys, but I think it's two different things. Okay, you got race, which is more like a group of something, right? But then you got the system of racism, which is a different thing, which is a hierarchy system based on those characteristics. So I think it works together, but the system of racism it plays off of natural races, because I do believe we have like races of beings. We have groups and species of animals, plants, germs, and those things are like races. They are like groups of things, but there's not like a systematic structure to like a hierarchy system. And not only race, it's just like if you say that it's just fake and we just believe in it and make it real, that can be said about every single thing.
This is
phone
true.
That we're on, we believe in it and we make it real. This show that I'm calling into, I believe in it. I made it real. Before you even came up with this, you believed in this show. You believed in this whole platform, and you made it real. That's how the universe works. We believe anything, and we make it real. So I just wanted to add on to that, not take away from that point. But it's very interesting just getting different people's perspective, because, like I said, we can believe anything, and that's what it becomes. It becomes real, no matter what somebody tells you. That's why you can break down this gematria. You can break down these numbers and make it make a lot of sense. But if somebody don't believe in it, it's not going to be real to them.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so, my perception of like just reality and stuff is just like there's a skin in reality where you have your own personal reality, but then there's a skin out collective reality that if enough people agree on something, it makes it that real. So inside of your bubble, inside of our own bubbles, we may have, our beliefs and whatever, but outside of our bubbles, if a collective amount of people believe in those things, whatever it may be, then the universe allows it to function based on majority, based on the majority collective consciousness that agrees on something. Just like the concept of money. Money only, the cash dollar bill only works because we believe in it. Just like anything else. It works because we believe in it. But that's my point, though, man. I appreciate your work, bro. And, your book is real, for real.
Appreciate that. Yeah, great call. Great points. Appreciate it.
All right, peace,
All right,
bro.
take care, man. See you. Oh, Jonathan was calling. Jonathan, somebody that has my other phone number. Jonathan, I didn't answer quite in time. You can call back, man. You can call back on either line. I'll get you. But yeah, what that caller just said is very true. So the mind's powerful, and yeah, what he said is 100% factual. You focus on something, you can make things come into your reality too. So. Hold on here. Caller?
Hey, what's up, Zach? It's Chigozi.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, not much. I just quickly want to add, I don't even know exactly like how much they're connected, or even, I just kind of noticed something a bit with just now that we have the rapper dying today, and the NAS Pensacola shooting on Friday.
Right.
I was just wondering if that was even really connected to the rappers, because, it's called Nas Pensacola, like NAS with the rapper, and then I just did it from the birthdays of their two rappers, and Lil Nas X, from his April 9th birthday to the shooting to his upcoming April 9th birthday next year is 4 months and 4 days, and shooting equals 44. And from his April 9th, 2019 birthday is 241 days. That's the 53rd prime, shooting 53. So from his upcoming birthday and his past birthday, they sync up the numbers with shooting. So I found that interesting, and then Nas, the original Nas, Nasir Jones, his September 14th birthday till the shooting, December 6th, 2019, is 83 days. Active shooter 83, murder 83. It's a span of 2 months, 23 days as well, 223. So, I saw that first, and then a couple days passed now, and now I see this rapper Juice WRLD dying, and I'm kind of wondering maybe if they even tried to parallel them, because I like to parallel these little stories together. So I'm just kind of curious as to if that's even all connected, or if it could just be like I don't want to call it coincidence, but because that's all I really have on the whole thing.
Sure. Well, it's something to keep an eye on. It's a great observation, and it's entirely possible. And I'm just thinking about James Brown's death some years back on Christmas, and how that was synced up with Nas, and it was shortly after. I forget what that Nas album was, but he sampled the James Brown song. So We are in the same month again. Yeah, that's something to keep an eye on. It's possible. It's possible. It is a web of deceit. So.
For sure, cool. Yeah, I just wanted to share that little tidbit real quick. So yeah, thanks for answering the call and everything. I'll get back to the stream.
Of course. Keep it up, Chigozi. Take care, man.
Thanks a lot. You too. See ya.
That's Chigozi. He's got his own decoding channel, Chigozi Truth. Chigozie. Chigozi Truth. But just yesterday, last night in the headlines, I didn't do a video on this, but I documented a lot of stuff on my blog that I don't do videos on. Last night, you had this story in the news. Whoops, what did I just do with it? It was the last thing I posted before this Juice Wrld death. But this woman last night dropped dead. Hold on. Longtime news anchor Denise DeSanzo dies suddenly. And they point out, I wanted to see, she'd been on the air since 1986, 33 years ago. Caller?
Hey, man, I was just thinking about something, too, man. Listen to a couple of callers talk about race and segregation and things like that. You know what I'm saying? I know a few people who indulge in, what do you call those things? Fraternities and sororities and stuff like that. And for the most part of it, you know, I know, you know, there's a bunch of famous people such as like Malcolm X, who I believe was a Kappa and things like that. And even at some of the, you know, you know, the new members that join in year out as they go through in and out of college and stuff like that.
Right.
Like, they're doing, like, very weird rituals, dude, like black folks and things like that. And it's like, you think about it, it's like they're being introduced to a small world of masonry, in a sense, because it's like, you know, the things that they do. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I was just going to say, every fraternity and sorority is Masonic. They don't call it Freemasonry, but all the rituals are Masonic at the core. So, and again, they're somewhat secretive. So.
Yeah, they're, man, not very, I mean, not somewhat, they're very secretive.
Right.
I have an uncle who's, you know, I was like 50-something years old. He still doesn't tell me crap, you know, and it just goes to show, like, man, like, on a bigger scale, like, hey, then he graduated, then they're off in the world, and it's like, damn, like, they're somewhat, you know, Masons, because they gotta keep on the hush on things, just like, you know, Masons and stuff, and it's like, you know, it's like, damn, man, like, everybody wants to be down, and it's like, hey, how do you know if you're not next to the totem pole to get sacrificed for a newer member or something like that, or, you know, just something to think about, man.
Indeed, and that's what everyone needs to be thinking about. So, yeah. I was just gonna say, I don't think most people are aware that this is going on in the world. So,
not at all, man. Not at all. Everybody just wants to be down, man, and just wants to fit in and all that, and until they end up 6 feet under, man, and they don't even, you know, and they don't know why, you know. But man, I'm gonna look into it, man. Like, I don't even know the names off rip. Like, you know, I don't know the names of all the sororities and fraternities, but I'm sure if I did put it in the modulator and all that, man, I'm sure so much would come up related to stuff like that, man, because it's like everything is like, you know, like you said, comes out to be Masonic at the core.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like everything is just being turned their way. Just like when the caller said, like, hey, what do you think about when the New World Order is coming? I'm like, hell, it's already here.
Right. It's been here. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been here, man. What was it? 2001 when George Bush said it, right?
It came here in 1776, man.
Oh shit. Man. Oh man. Man, you got a. I don't know. Your sense of humor is so funny to me, man. But I'll let you go ahead with this live stream, man. I'm about to watch some Rick Sports, dude.
All right, man. Don't get too frustrated. I can't watch it, man. I start pulling my hair out. I can't stand it.
Yo, I hate it, man.
Okay, hold on. Just since you brought up Rig Sports, can we talk about the way the Minnesota Timberwolves game ended the other night at the Oklahoma City Thunder? If you didn't see this, the Minnesota Timberwolves were up 2 points and shooting 2 free throws with 1.7 seconds left in the game. They lost because they got a technical foul called on them while they were shooting free throws. And then they missed the free throws. It's just like, come on, man. You're seriously, you're going to lose the game up 2 shooting free throws with 1.7 seconds left and the other team doesn't have a timeout? Oh, my God, man.
Yo, it's crazy. Even yesterday, like, with what was the college game, I'm trying to think which one it was. They were leading by, I can't remember which one it was, but they had 2 timeouts. It was like 17, 18 seconds left. They could have possibly got downfield and, kicked the Oregon. It was the Oregon game. So boom. It was like 17 seconds left. They could have went down the field and at least, with 2 timeouts, got maybe a shot at a field goal, whatever. They just called it off and just let it go to overtime, and then Oregon, my fault, not Oregon, but I forgot what other team took it, but yeah, they just gave up the game, man. I'm just like, damn, man, this shit is fucking rigged, dude.
It is. It's so obvious. The Oregon coach got his 47th win. Utah Utes equals 47, and so does Pasadena, and now he's on his way to Pasadena to play in the Rose Bowl, and that was something we talked about before the game was played. So it was also, the game was exactly 271 days after Justin Herbert's birthday. He's the historic quarterback for Oregon. He was supposed to go as a top pick. 271 is the 58th prime. Utah equals 58, so does Ducks. So it just goes to show, man, it's no different than the pros. A lot of these games are just like perfectly scripted to the T.
It's crazy, man. And it's like, even some of these kids who come out of college, like Justin Herbert, like really, it sucks to me. Like,
nah, he doesn't. He doesn't suck, man. You can't say that he's. There's a lot of dudes who are playing quarterback in the NFL that don't belong there. They really do suck. I mean, he's not the greatest talent in the world, but Herbert has a pretty nice arm.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, for you to go to a D1 school and NFL prospect wise suck. Let me rephrase that. You know what I'm saying? But not. As far as D1, okay, cool, whatever. But NFL prospect-wise, hell no. Like, there's a few quarterbacks, like you said, that I feel as though not even NFL worthy.
Sir.
But hey, man, that's on them, man. Because I'm sure he has connections, whether it's through his family members or just like Christian McCaffrey. You know, he had. Yeah, he's like a 3rd generation star. He had people that went to Stafford and everything like that. Like they're interconnected.
Right.
Like just like Cam Newton. Like I'm when you came up with that video about Huey P. Newton, that by the way was one of your best pieces of work, man. Like it was a freaking masterpiece. Like it damn near if they would have kept it up, it would have had 2 million views. Like but
sure.
I really do think that if I really do think like he was somehow related to Huey P. Like I really do think that
he probably is. For people who don't know, he's talking about you're talking about Super Bowl 50, right? With Cam Newton and the tribute to the Black Panthers and Huey P. Newton.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, man, they announced today on ESPN that they plan to trade him today, and I find that ironic. And then this whole juice world death, and then you said it's 59 date numerology, and I'm just like, did all this tie together?
Yeah, it is. So, I'll have to look into that. I didn't know that, but yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, oh yeah, man. Before the season's even over, like, yeah, we're gonna trade this. Like, wow, okay, that's very, very professional of you guys. But man, I'll go ahead and let you continue with the live stream, man. I appreciate your work, man. The knowledge, man. That you changed my life a lot, man. Like you know what I'm saying. I've been watching you since I was about 21. I'm 26 now, man. So.
Well,
Man,
it's good to be 26. Enjoy it, man. I wish I could go back to 26. So.
Oh, man. Hey, I feel you, man. It's deep, man.
All right. You have a good day, man. Take care.
You too.
All right. See you. 26. That's 10 years ago for me. But, yeah, Huey P. Newton, what he brought up. You see how Huey P. Newton equals 58 in the most pure cipher? So does Oakland. That's where the Black Panther Party was established. So is Freemasonry. So is Secret Society. That year, that NFL season, hold on, I'll tell you in a second. We got Jonathan calling in. What's up, Jonathan?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
What's up, man?
Hey, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, on Juice WRLD, he's got a song called Legends,
Mm-hmm.
and it's the song with the most hits on SoundCloud. And basically it was like a dedication to XXXTentacion. And on the song, you gotta listen to it. On the song, he says, he says, we don't know nothing about a 27 club because we're not even gonna make it past 21.
Right.
Yeah, he says that on the song. And then, and just to bring, and you were talking about Black Youngster, but remember, Black Youngster had another brother that was killed in 2016. So he had a brother that was killed in 16, and then he had a brother that was killed earlier this year. Right. And I talked about this on the show one day on your on the Wednesday night show when I called, and I was like, well, what are the odds of both of your brothers getting killed within a 3 years time? Within less than 3 years, both of your brothers get murdered. Right. And he's making posts talking about after his brothers died, after his first brother died, he thought about committing suicide. And then when his other brother died earlier this year in Miami, he was talking about committing suicide. So I was like, what are the odds of both of your brothers dying within a less than 3 year time, less than 3 year time span? And as far as Juice WRLD goes, it's just another one of those things where I believe that they're just trying to get he was pretty popular for as far as young people. My daughter's 15, and I got a nephew that's 18, and they're pretty devastated. But, I try to explain to them that, we don't know if they're really dead or not. You know what I'm saying? You can't. It's almost like this is the reaction that they want. So it's the same thing like when Nipsey died, or when Nipsey supposedly died. The thing about, for example, like with Nipsey, they're saying he's a legend, but when he was alive, was he really a legend? When he was alive, he had less than 1 million followers on Instagram. Now he has over 10 million. He never had an album go platinum. He never had a radio hit. Now after he died, now his album's platinum. He has radio hits nonstop. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like they manufacture legends, like with Triple X, with Juice WRLD, with Nipsey. Are these people really considered legends? Even Biggie. Biggie, he passed away, he only had one album. And then the second album came out after he passed away. And after the second album came out, then that's when he was considered a legend. After he passed away, it's almost like, it's just like death sells. And then when these rappers die, they automatically go to legend status.
That's exactly right.
Mm-hmm. But are they really considered legends? And it's almost like with, it's just like with Tupac. Tupac, you can arguably say that he was a legend when he was alive. But then once he passed away, it just took it to a whole nother level.
Right.
And it's like just my nephew. He got accepted to Full Sail. It's a music school in Orlando, and he's really going hard with the music. He's really trying to make it in the industry, and I try to be supportive, but I also let him know that this rap game is a very dangerous game. I got a video on my YouTube channel talking about how rap is one of the most deadly professions you can get into. Or just music in general, just music period, but especially rap. You can get into the rap game, and it's like your life expectancy goes down. Because and we don't know if these people are really dying. We don't, you know what I'm saying? But as far as what the media tells us, you have a higher chance of being killed in rap than you do joining the military or any other profession. There was a study that came out on that. So, and I'm glad you brought up Black Buck too, because this is just such an infamous day. Dimebag Darrel. I remember when I heard about Dimebag Darrel, and when I heard about on the exact same day, December 8th, and when I heard about Black Bull, it's almost like they love this day, December the 8th.
Right, because it's got that 3/8 connection.
Yeah. So I wasn't even like. It's almost like now when I hear stuff like this, I don't even get surprised anymore. It's just like wow, it's like. Oh, and another thing is, supposedly the person who found Juice WRLD, his name's Lil Bibby, and he's another rapper from Chicago. And I typed his name in the calculator, and it comes up to 7337. Not exactly sure what that means.
Well, 37 is that big Chicago number. 73 is connected into Juice WRLD's birth name. It's that sacrifice number. 73 is the 21st prime, and again, he's dead at age 21. 21 is the 6th triangular number. He's dead 6 days after his birthday.
Okay. So, yeah, just check that song out, Legends. It's the most popular song he has on there, on SoundCloud, and he's talking about we don't believe in a 27 club when we're not even making it past 21. It's almost like these rappers, they know what's going on and they know what their faith is going to be, and they put it in the lyrics, and you just got to catch on to it. And a lot of the new music is, rap is just like it's a young man sport. It's geared towards young people. Young people do it, and I can't even really, to tell you the truth, I can't even really relate to it. When we grew up, it was about the lyrics. It was like where you could recite a whole song, like for example, like Nas's album, Illmatic. I could recite the whole album back from the front to the beginning. Back when we grew up in the 90s, it was about lyrics. It was about saying something. Now it's more about the beat and the just if it rides in the car. It's more like the beat drives it now than when we were growing up, where it was all about the lyrics.
Sure, and you know what? Speaking of lyrics in the 90s, I know there's some lyrics on the Wu-Tang song Triumph about how the dumb are hypnotized by the drum or something like that. I got to go back and check it, but and it's all symbolic too, man. It's like nobody has a voice anymore. Now we're in an age of censorship. You're not even supposed to speak out. You're just supposed to sit back and just ride along, nod your head to the beat. So, yeah, I mean, it all makes sense in a way what they've done with music. Just everything's shit now. I mean, look how dumb sports are. Sports are really dumb now. Movies are really dumb now. The music has no message. It's like we're living like, it's like everything gets progressively worse, but it also has like a cultural impact. It makes the people stupider too, so.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Even back in the 80s and the 90s, even though it was all rigged back then, at least it looked realer. You know, football.
Everything. I mean, it's like, how many teams give up a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter now in the NBA? It happens like every other night. You know, no one can close out a baseball game with a 5-run lead in the ninth. All this stuff's a joke. So, everything, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, it's just, to me, it's just, you're right. It just gets progressively worse. The movies, even, like you said, even the movies and shit, I can't remember the last time I saw a good movie.
It's just like no movie has a storyline anymore, any good lines or dialogue. It's all special effects driven. It's like hypnotic beats and explosions on the screen. It's like, that's what entertainment is now. Slam dunks with no defense. So.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted to chime in, you know, on this Juice Wrld thing. It's funny that I was reading, and they were saying that I guess he just signed a $3 million deal, and but it's crazy because it's like, okay, like, how does he even deserve a $3 million deal? Like, I've listened to a few of his songs. I mean, I wasn't that impressed, to be honest with you. Like, I don't even know how he gets, because supposedly from the article I read, he came out with a song and it went viral, and off of the one song that went viral, he got a $3 million record deal. It's like, wow. I mean, it's just, some of this stuff is just hard to believe. It's just like, you know, you really gotta read between the lines nowadays. You know, they just feed us bullshit and we're supposed to accept it.
And most people do, without questioning. So.
Yeah. I was reading on your blog about, just to switch the subject, I was reading on your blog about the UPS hijacker. I just found out about this morning when I read it on your blog. And you mentioned on there that the footage looked real. I haven't looked at the footage yet.
A lot of people said, Zach, how do you know they didn't just set that up like a Hollywood movie? Those look real too. I said, well, that's a good point. I mean, they could have. So
there's, yeah, I'm gonna look that up. So should be some footage on YouTube, right?
Yeah. Or did you watch the video I put out?
Oh no, I didn't see it. All I read was your blog. I didn't even.
Yeah, watch the video I did on it because I got the best footage of the shooting on there, where you can see the. It looks like a bunch of bullet holes strike the side of the truck, but. Yeah, I mean, the UPS story doesn't make any sense. I mean, if you're running out of a jewelry store, and even if you're in a hurry and you're in a shopping area and you got guns, I mean, you're gonna be able to take anybody's car who you see in the parking lot that's near their car. Well, why would you take a UPS truck that you'll never be able to make a getaway in? I mean, this is plus no doors on the side. I mean, you're just open for everything. You can't drive fast. You can't do anything, and you have no doors on the side of your car. It's just like the absolute worst vehicle you could ever take. So
exactly. Out of all cars, right? Like,
make no sense.
Wow. Yeah, I gotta watch the video because I just read the blog this morning.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's just this world we live in. It's just, this is weird. It's just like, it's just weird. Just the shit that happens. It's like half of it you can't believe. Most of it you can't believe.
Yeah. If it's in the mainstream, man, it's almost never believable. It's like The Apprentice. I mean, just think about it, man. The Apprentice is the president. That's how big of a joke it is in 2019. So.
Exactly. Exactly. And I see Kamala Harris dropped out the race.
Yeah. By the numbers, Kamala 123 drops out on 12-3. So.
Oh wow. So you think Trump's gonna win it again, right?
Well, I hope not, man, but he might. So.
Yeah, I hope not either, but I think he will.
Yeah.
I mean, I just don't see. I don't know. I don't see much competition. I mean, it's all a rigged joke anyway, but I just don't see much competition, really.
Maybe we should run.
I mean,
we should run.
We should. We should.
So.
We should. I mean, we got to do something. Oh, by the way, I'm about to check out their website too this morning.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool. So I'll get back with you. I'll let you keep it moving.
All right, appreciate it, Jonathan. Take care, man. See you. All right. Yeah, by the way, you guys, the website did launch, freetofindtruth.com, and there's going to be some serious improvements made to it, but freetofindtruth.com, social media, website for truth seekers, no censorship, place to link up with people who care about truth. Caller?
Yes, Zach. I'm wondering if you know that Juice WRLD's last song, that I guess was released to the public, he did with NBA YoungBoy, and for some reason, NBA YoungBoy in depth has a lot of meaning behind it, because a lot of people, whether it's around him or people he even had killed, died a lot lately, and YoungBoy was predicting that he was going to die maybe sometime last year, the same year that he was going to die before Christmas. And it is crazy how he released a song called Bandit, which was at YoungBoy's house, and that Juice WRLD now is dead, and that was his last song he released to the public and did a video on.
Is it called Bandit? Is that the song Bandit?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hey, that you bringing that up just reminds me of that's the other thing they're doing to all these rappers now too, giving them names like Young Boy, Baby, Lil Baby. I mean, all that is just like playing on, racist history too. So.
Yeah, and then the NBA stuff never broke again. So it's just crazy. I think he does a lot of things that I feel ain't right, because he said he raps about murder, but for some reason he has police guarding his house. Like he just got out of jail, he got police guarding his house because he's in Baton Rouge, and he said something about people out to kill him, but. He got police guarding his house, but yes, he's in videos with silencers and all this other stuff, and I never just got it, how he could post all these videos with stuff in it and never end up in jail, but yeah, Kodak Black and people like that have went to jail for the same stuff you did.
Sure. So, so the last song he did was with this same artist?
Yes, and then YoungBoy, yes. And he's 38 Baby. That's what he called. He from Baton Rouge, and that's what one of his big slogans is. And that's the reflection of '83.
Right.
Yeah, this is crazy. I think if any of the sacrifice, I think it could have been used for him. That was his last song he done, and he already the hottest, I guess they said, a rapper in the game for views on YouTube and stuff.
Who's that? Young Boy?
Yes.
I see he's in the headlines today for who gave him herpes.
And a lot of people say he's lying, like his girlfriend that he said they gave it to him. She said he's been lying about a lot of stuff, and she's just been going along with the stories, and now she's done with it. Yeah, I think he's really a liar and snake. I looked at the story on how he grew up with his best friend, was G Money, that died a couple years back, and he kind of used him. He had stole from him and then blamed it on his cousin, and his cousin died behind it. And then he ended up killing one of his childhood's best friends was G Money, and how he called himself a slime, which is a snake. So I kind of see how it's weird how he snaked his way basically up into the industry and where he at now.
Well, he's in trouble too. I just looked at his full name. Young Boy Never Broke Again is his full name, which equals 118 like death. And that's another number that shows up around rapper deaths all the time. Tupac died on a date with 38 and 118 numerology. Nipsey Hussle's death had a lot to do with 118. So yeah, this is probably another person that is probably not too many years off. Maybe not even years, you just never know. But I mean, you'll probably read about his passing too, and he'll probably end up dying like 118 days from his birthday, something like that. So
yeah, like one recently made the news. One of his, I guess, the people he's going against, his name is Lil Youngster. He's in jail for attempted 4 murders, counts 4 murder, and they said that people in his camp, YoungBoy's camp, is snitching. So yeah, this is crazy, man. I think they know they sold their soul and they doing whatever to do it, but I just think it's just funny though how he got cops protecting his house, and I have driven by there. And there's cops out there, and they stop people searching their cars and stuff when you drive by the neighborhood, even if you ain't living out there or not.
He's in all sorts of trouble. I'm just looking at his name. His full name's 83 like murder. If you leave out his middle name, is 62 like sacrifice, like we're talking about with Juice WRLD today. So Yeah, he's got all the wrong numbers on him.
Yeah, and people around him too. Like he had one friend, his name is NBA KD, and he's crippled now. He got into a shooting. I don't know who did it, whatever, but he got into a shooting and he got shot. I think in his thigh or whatever. Now he's crippled, and they not even supporting him or claiming him or whatever, posting them about him. So I kind of every time they take a loss, they don't never talk about it or whatever. So I don't know, something's weird about him and death and the way he looks and everything. It seems like you got to be a satanic or evil person for you to come up how you did.
I'm seeing this picture of him with herpes. He has a gold chain around his neck with the number 38 on it.
Yeah.
Oh my! I wonder why he wears that. I know the word rapper is 38, but again, that's the number associated with death, murder, and killing. Crazy.
Yep, and he had another chain with another rapper on it called Young Thug, and it was just crazy how he did that. And he put tattoos on other men and stuff on his body. So it's just like he's just a weird fella to me. And I don't listen to his music no more. Once I found out the story of what really happened, and people down there that live down there said he really snaked his way, and his own family said didn't like him. I love him for what he did. He was still for family and stuff. So I just don't listen to his music for what he stands for now, because he the person that was really could have been a legend. I feel like another Tupac or whatever died behind this, and he knew he was gonna be better than him, so he had him killed. And the dude was like, "I don't know why we beefing for it. You ain't never told me we had a problem or whatever, and now you just dissing me or whatever." So it's crazy to me.
That's kind of the way of this world, man. Snakes rising to the top. A lot of the people up at the top aren't the most talented in the entertainment world, so.
Yeah, and I had saw one video, man. It may not have I guess anything to do with top. I had saw a video with this one dude back in the '80s. He was a rapper and he was associated with Death Row, but he wasn't. They wasn't signed to Death Row, but they were associated with him. And they was had offered. They were supposed to be offered to sell their soul to him, and because the record label people that had signed him, they got him a hotel, and they had walked in, and there was some women. There was like 4 women. There was 2 of them, and they left out and told them do what you do. And but they had left at a key part that one of the dudes that got signed, he had saw the dude that signed him giving head to another rapper that was on tour. They was on tour with. So they ended up calling him into the room and asked them, who do you want to sacrifice? And they told him you can make a lot of money, give you big potential. And they was shocked at first, and they said they give him some time, and they was gonna expose him and had talked to a reporter, and the reporter snitched them out. And then one of the rappers ended up killed in a car crash, and his face was all beat in. They said he couldn't have an open casket, and the people told him he didn't even deserve to have an open casket because he ran his mouth too much. So I just say it's a lot of crazy stuff going on in the industry, and I try to get much knowledge because I'm trying to get business that can help people. Like, or if I ever make money, I always wanted to give you some money, so you can get your stuff started and you can get this to the people that really needs it. Because if you had your own website, whatever, people can come watch on, and you still make money from that, would be great.
Well, I appreciate that, friend, and thanks for spreading the word. Appreciate your call.
No. All right, man. You have a good one.
All right, take care, man. Thank you. All right. Been a lot of great calls, and we've shared a lot of information. He just brought up Death Row Records. There was just a death related with Death Row Records. Badass of the Dog Pound just died, and Daz Dillinger announced it. Notice Daz Dillinger is 46 years old at the time of his fellow Dog Pound member dying. The announcement came 170 days after Daz's 46th birthday. Sacrifice is 46 and 170. He just announced before that they're about to celebrate the Dog Food album. Oh, I tried to answer that call, but call back. I don't know why. It only rang one time and it hung up. But again, he just announced they're about to celebrate the Dog Food album, and Dog Food encrypts 46. Daz also equals 50. The death came on the day, leaving 50 days left in the year. The man who died, Jamar Stamps, died on a date with 41 numerology. Jamar Stamps, 41. That was Veterans Day as well, and Veterans Day is 163, the 38th prime. That day, Charles Rogers, former Michigan State player, former Detroit Lion, was found dead at age 38 on Veterans Day. Jimmy Garoppolo fell to 16-3 on Monday Night Football, Veterans Day 163. Corrupt's 46 right now, too. Caller?
Hey, what's up? Thanks for taking my call. I never saw that
Hold on. You gotta figure out a way to boost your volume because it is tinier than a mouse.
Oh, boost it, go up.
Yeah, as high as possible.
Is that better?
Well, it's better. It's still quiet, but what's up?
Oh, I'm on speaker, so maybe that's throwing it off. I don't like to put my phone up to the radiation.
I hear you, man. I'm the same way.
That Oklahoma Minnesota game, I haven't seen an NBA game in a couple years now. But it's the first thing I picked up. You know, the only context I got was what you provided as far as the scenario, the free throws. But right away, I picked up free throw 26. Minnesota is 26. Any initial, you got a double, right? So 13 is also 26, like shadows, you know, fractals. You know, if you go to the grocery store, you got a double back, right? And
right.
then what was the other 26 in that? Something about technical foul. So there you go. I don't know. That's not to explain why something happened, but just in terms of the nuances that was there present, that was the atmosphere was right for something chaotic or startling, surprising to take place. I suppose it's like equilibrium. I find how things shake out like chemical equations, you know. And the reason, and I know I just said I don't want to talk about the reasons why things happen, but the reason why you see so many numbers in repetition is because it's simply a recipe. That's the way the force works. It's all about, you know what I mean? If you're going looking for water on the shelf at a grocery store, you're not going to try pulling down something calcium nitrate. You know, you're looking for H2O. So anytime you're looking for water, you're looking for H2O. It's going to be there. You're going to find H2O. You know what I mean? That's the way the force works. It's all about ingredients, and the dots connect themselves. It's just that with manipulation, you get these manufactured scenarios, these manufactured events. But the resonance is still there, that power, the energy, and that's why we find ourselves wrapped with emotions on certain stories. They touch all bases, you know, whether you're into sports, academia, celebrity, no matter what soup you're dipping into, whatever your bag is, they're gonna get you. You're gonna get hooked some way, you know, I mean, unless you completely live under a rock. And I don't mean to go full steam. I want to let you get, because I know you're well read. I want you to be able to sort of, you know, tag team this point as best you can too. I want to leave that open for you, but I don't get to call in so much, so I'm trying to get it in. But yeah, the force is really simple, man. The force is real. That's why they made an empire over it, you know, with the trilogy and continued on. You know, it's really simple. I feel like once we get past that step as a society, when we understand the force, how it works, we're going to see even like 3D, you know? I don't want to diminish your work. I think you do fabulous work. I think you could even double. I don't want to go there. What I want to say is the force is real. You're going to see numbers over and over and over because that's the ingredients. You know, if you go to a steak restaurant, you're not looking for spaghetti. You're looking for steak. So you're going to see steak on every plate. You know what I mean? What do you think, Zach? Are you still there? Did you hang up?
No, I'm listening. No, what you're saying is absolutely true. I mean, that's the way the world works. Just like if you go out and buy a new car, you start to realize, like, whoa, this car I just got is all over the place. But at the same time, I mean,
it's going to have that Corvette. You know, yeah, exactly. Good point. Good analogy.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, I know that the numbers that we've dialed into for the years are the numbers that these people use. It's their language, and it's why we see the same repetitive patterns and the same numbers again and again. So we also know what to look for. It's just like how it's just like when you hear a word for the first time. You're just like, oh, I never heard that word before. And then 2 days later, somebody else, you're like, what? I'd never heard that word before. And then you start to realize, like, oh, people have just always used the word before. I just never recognized it. So...
That's true. That is a very good point as well, actually. There's a term for that. That's a really good point. you know, and that's what it is, you know.
It's awareness. It's awareness. That's the way. It's like whatever your cognitive, because that's the way the world is. I mean, stuff's happening all around you that your mind is not recognizing because you don't know what it means. It's never been explained to you. But then once it is, then you're like, well, wait a minute. Oh, this has been going on all this time.
You got the receptors now.
Right.
Yeah. It's like you got the receptors now. Like you got the not the antibodies, but you got the, you know, the receptors or something like that. I'm only back in school. I'm no genius, you know. I didn't figure out the importance and value of education until later on. So that's why I'm only now picking up so many things, and I've been taking chemistry to better understand these numbers that I've been working on for so long. Because I just know something's there, and I just want to prepare for the future. You know, I feel like the cannabis industry. I'm not going to get into all that, but you make great points. I'm so happy you took this call because sometimes I don't know whether I want to love you or hate you. I love your work. I would love to take your brain, and I would love to tell you what I know. I feel like you would be like as impressed with at least what I know, not my following or my trail, what I've left behind. Not so much as nothing's going to be comparable to yours. I don't feel like. I certainly don't check for other people to hate, and I don't try to troll you. I love your work. I love you as a person, and I don't even know you. That's going to go a lot farther than a lot of people in my life that probably deserve as much can say. But I just feel like, and you know what? You're coming from your own side of the world and your own research, so you don't owe me anything. It's all about the fact that putting things together, you know what I mean? And like you just said, actually, that's such a good point. That struck me because the way that you articulated that when you hear a word for the first time, maybe that's the way I have to see my ideas or other people's ideas. You know, people bring up such good ideas on calls and in the chat or on comments and stuff. Maybe that's the way I have to brace for that, integration of thought and conscientiousness or awareness. I think that's the word I'm going to say to piggyback off of what you said. And not be so brutally, insistent that you accept my ideas and, you know what I mean, or someone else's ideas that I think are, valid. It's all about, people need their time to, come around. I like how you put things so, sorry, I got the sniffles. I like how you put things, I like how you arrange things, really, because that's what helps the absorption to really take it in. You got a great show, got a good thing going on. I love that you took the call, so I'm not mad at you anymore because I was just slaying you in the chat. And I love that you, I don't know if it's just like my block ran out or whatever. I thought you had me on block on the number, block on the chat. It's all good, brother. You do great work and you will continue to do so because you got that passion and maybe more importantly, you got that knowledge or the understanding. But yeah, the Force was super real. They didn't build that empire for nothing. I don't want to go on and on and on about it, but yeah, it's all about the ingredients, and it's gonna always be in that soup. It's gonna always be on that plate. So we're always gonna see the same numbers. Always, you know. When you're dealing with health, you're gonna see the number 8 a lot because H, health, human, heart, beat, 82, 28, whatever, trajectory, slope. Means a lot. That's why 74 versus 47. You'll notice, Or let me just stop. Thanks for taking the call. And just I'm happy to be back on the fan side.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
I like you again.
All right.
I hate to flip flop like that, but you're a good guy.
All right, man. Appreciate it.
All you people out there, you the same.
All right, man. You take care. Thanks for the call. Caller?
Hey, Zach.
What's up?
On that mouth, slow that mouth down, man. I'm trying to wake up some people. They saying you move a little bit too fast for me today. What you amped up today, man. Slow it down a little bit, man. I got some people that sleep. You hear me?
Are you talking about the stuff that I'm scrolling through on the screen? What am I moving too fast on?
On the screen.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through stuff while he's talking. So yeah, I'm just showing you how redundant the numbers are. But yeah, I don't expect anyone to absorb all this. I hear you, man. I appreciate it.
All right, Zach.
All right, take care, man.
Take it easy now. Keep going.
Will do. See ya. Caller.
Yes, Zach. I'm calling back again. And I did in the gematria calculator, I did Juice WRLD feature NBA YoungBoy, and the reverse of ordinal is 322, like Skull and Bones.
Say that again.
I told you the last feature, the last song that Juice WRLD released was Bandit with NBA YoungBoy, and I did Juice WRLD featuring NBA YoungBoy, and it came out to 322 in the reverse order, like Skull and Bones.
Interesting how that number always shows up. So.
Yeah, and then I was just thinking, I'm like, and I saw he had the Tupac comparison, how his number was 213, like when he released All Eyes on Me, and if you're doing the Gregorian calendar, it's really February is really the 12th month, so it'd be 1213. So like 5 days from Juice WRLD's death until I guess the actual time was where we in now.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, because the Julian calendar at the beginning of the year was March. Okay.
Yeah, and it's weird, man. Like I had recently just went to jail, whatever, and I was hearing voices like up to the point when I start learning your knowledge, and I start learning Young Pharaoh. He teaches. He's another YouTuber that's kind of going through what you're doing. They trying to demonetize him. They don't delete his account, but they stop him from making money. But he speak on a lot of stuff that's going on was real, and as soon as I started learning that, maybe like a month or two, when I started going out eating meat and stuff, I started hearing voices, man, and man, I can tell you, as soon as I started hearing that voices, I had ended up seeing Kyler Murray's dad at the airport because I got kicked out of my brother's house or whatever, and I was in Dallas, so I was just chilling in the airport parking lot because I was just chilling. I had nowhere else to go, and that was somewhere safe, and cops had came and was just messing with me for no reason. I was just sitting there. I wouldn't get out of my car and do anything. But as soon as they was checking my car, like they wanted to find something, I saw Kyler Murray's dad pull up in a Cadillac, like a presidential Cadillac. And he was just smiling and stuff. Like he knew I was supposed to be there or something. I was gonna get caught for something. And I was talking bad about Kyler Murray. I said they was gonna lose because I did the numbers and stuff when they played Alabama that year. It was like last year. So it was just weird to me how I saw him, and then I ended up in a mental hospital in Dallas, and this black dude, he was a mental, I guess, doctor, and he had said that I was the one, the voice you was hearing in your head. And I was like, man, there's a lot of crazy stuff going on ever since I started this knowledge.
You know, that's interesting. So the voices you heard ended up being somebody you met.
Yeah, he said I was the voice that you was hearing in your head, and that was and I guess talking about like Freemasonry, because when I was in there, I was in where the crazy people was going crazy in there. I was the same one, and the crazy people in there was going crazy, like they was acting different, like they was hitting the staff and stuff. So they ended up calling him, and they put me down. They gave me a shot. Cause they said I was inciting violence. I'm like, I ain't talking to them and nothing. They going crazy off themselves, and they was beating up the staff and stuff. So they came and gave me a shot and put me down. He told me I was the voice you was hearing in your head. And then ever since then, I ended up getting locked up because they said I was supposed to be going to the national championship game and watching it. Because I was a big Alabama fan, and I ended up at the airport and trying to get a rental car or whatever and get out there. So they ended up arresting me, saying I was trying to break into vehicles and stuff like that. And I ended up beating up a cop while I was there at it. So I ended up in jail for that. But for some reason, after I was in jail, they said I can get out of jail as long as I believe in a religion. And I picked up the Nation of Islam. And then soon after that, I was kind of was in the mental health pod. They had gave me a court date, and they didn't let me out on bail or nothing. They just let me out for free as long as I had an ankle monitor on, like on house arrest. So I was just crazy how that happened, and I don't even believe in none of this stuff because I believe that Nation Islam is going to be what the New World Order religion they pick. Like I believe, because that's what a lot of black people believe in, and it's the biggest religion to me worldwide.
Sure. Nation of Islam led the Million Man March. That was on the day leaving 76 days left in the year, October 16th. Negro, Slave, Blues, Rasta, all 76, and you run the alphabetic order in reverse. So I think they're Masonic too. But
yeah, man, it was just crazy, kind of like, I was like, because I was in there tripping, and they was really trying to break me, talking about, I better believe in something, and even if you don't believe, you better believe in something. They was trying to make me go to college, talking about I need to go to college and play football, because and play football because I was really good at football, but for some reason, it was a Freemason that was our athletic director when I went to school at Edison, and they never let me on the field. They never, like, I asked for help, like I need tutoring, and they'll never do that. They'll never give me help or nothing. So and they'll never let me on the field. So it was just crazy. And that same athletic director, he refs NBA games, NFL games.
Huh. Yeah.
So that's what really took my knowledge to getting the truth. And I would love to see you and Young Pharaoh, he on YouTube, to do collab on some videos, because he does a lot of the knowledge based on what they use to control the people and stuff, and how they trying to push the gay agenda and stuff on people. So he does a lot of those videos, but now he's at 171 subscribers, and they didn't stop him from making money. He did a Nation of Islam documentary exposing them and everything, and how Elijah Muhammad had kids with underage women.
Yeah. Anyone putting out truth is getting taken down. So yeah, he's up to 171,000 subscribers now. That's probably around where my channel will be. He used to have less subscribers than me when I was first deleted in the summer of June 2017. I'm aware of his channel. He does pretty good work. So.
And I watch him, man, and my teacher, and that's what got me. My teacher gave me this teacher. His name for some reason was Juan Yu, a weird name. I asked him, like, I know you're a Freemason. He'll tell me he ain't no Freemason. But he gave me the channel Young Pharaoh, and he told me go get illuminated. And I already learned that if too much light can blind you. So I'm kind of like with the dark side, what opposite of what's going on. Because he said too much light can blind you, kind of like the sun. And the devil has many different names. So I'm just like, a lot of this stuff adding up, and even from school. Because when I was in school, it was just crazy that I would learn this stuff, and people would hate me for learning this stuff. They would call me names and stuff, and all this other stuff. So I don't know, man. I feel like this is a calling of what I need to do, but for some reason I've been doing the numbers, and it's been predicting me dying this coming year, because I've been doing a lot.
Well, don't think like that, man, because the way you think can make things happen. So don't think like that. Think you're not going to die this year. But yeah, man, I mean, pursuing the truth is a hard pursuit, because people will ridicule you and call you names and abandon you, and I mean, that's the way it is. So you gotta have thick skin to do it.
Yeah. But thank you, man. But like I said, this Freemason thing, that's when I learned a lot, because and he was a black athletic director, and for some reason I'm just like, man, I'm like, they coaching all these NBA games and stuff. I'm like, how did you get to the point? And I said, only thing I can see is y'all get to those positions because y'all can control and make sure the game go as planned. So like I said, it's been like, I feel like each sector controls certain, so like the Skull and Bones, I feel like control death. And then the Freemason controls like the sports and maybe rap industry. So as I said, I think it's deeper than what it is. And then the elites, they just provide the money, and they eat people. They do their rituals with eating people and stuff. So
yeah, I don't know all what they do, but yeah, it's a sick world, man. Well, yeah. Be safe out there, man. Take care of yourself. And
all right, thank you, man.
All right, yeah, you have a good one. Take care.
You too.
What's interesting is he's not the first person who's called me over the years or reached out to me that says since they started researching this, they started hearing voices. I've probably heard that at least 10 times in the years that I've been putting out this information in terms of contact that reached out to me, and I don't know what to make about that. So I think even Derek, who built Gematria, was saying he was hearing voices for a minute. So I do not know what to think about that. I did remember, though, this rapper earlier this year, YNW Melly. And he put out the song Murder on My Mind on August 3rd. Date that can be written 8-3 or 3-8. Murder 8338. And now we got Death Race for Love. What's up, caller?
Oh, my bad. I don't usually call in, but like, wait, were you talking to? Like before or after the call? Like,
go ahead, man. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, it's all good. What's up?
Okay. Well, this is my first time talking to you. Okay. Normally, like, I found this channel because of the Nipsey Hussle thing. earlier this year.
Right.
Damn, why am I nervous? Sorry, I don't. All right, so.
You're all good, man. I didn't.
I
Yeah, you're fine. Yeah, you're just talking to me. Don't worry about it. What's up?
All right. Okay. I don't know. Like, I wanted to talk about, like, man, I always forget things. But you were talking about Triumph, the Master Killer's lyric. He's one of the rappers in Wu-Tang.
Right.
Clan. He said the dumb are only intrigued by the drum. Like, it's like, it's sort of like this one channel that Zenith of the Alpha America promoted, the Open Scroll. He talked about blown cover as cover in a X-Files like episode or something like that. So like a lot of lyrics from mainstream artists could be like blown cover as cover. Like they're just giving like a small fraction.
Sure.
Things, but also a couple months ago or something like that on a live stream, you talked about a group. I think it was a band that uses satanic gematria or some shit like that.
Well, the band Slipknot, the band Slipknot has the song "Gematria," the killing name.
Slipknot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Because I thought it was like, because I was questioning it. I was like, how they use numbers for music, like for the I mean, well, yeah, like a lot of mainstream artists probably use music for, I mean, will use numbers for their music. Like Redman, I want to do a video on this, but Redman has a song on Darrel's Dark Side called Can't Wait, and the album release date, like the numerology of the album release date has the same numbers as, it has the first two numbers of the bass cipher of the song. If you type in Redman Can't Wait on Gematria Dater.
Right. I'm listening.
And like, I don't know, there's probably other examples, but like, another thing is, I keep on talking, but after this whole Juice WRLD thing occurred, I looked at my sub box, and it's just, I'm subscribed to Gematria YouTubers and also a bunch of actors. Actors like small YouTubers, medium, small YouTubers, just all actors. They all like they'll all be doing live streams about like, oh, what is Juice WRLD to Death telling about us? It's like just like dumb shit.
Sure.
Or like I just like study it. I study how the sheep, like how they work, just like the thoughts of them, all the energy and shit. It's just something, because like majority of those people are the masses that are being controlled by the cabal.
Right.
In different ways.
Well, and energy is the word. I mean, energy equals 74, like gematria, like English, like occult, like Masonic, and that it really is. It's about siphoning the energy of the public and directing the energy of the public. It absolutely does come back to that. And yeah, most of the people who are going to get on and make videos about this, they're going to keep it on some level that's, it's shallow, it's misguided, and somehow that's just what I hate about the mainstream and even the supposed truth community. It's like nobody zeroes in on like the recurring patterns, and like how many people do you hear pointing out, like, have you noticed how deadly it is to be a celebrity? I mean, you're hearing about celebrity deaths every week. If it's not the celebrity themselves, it's their family member. I mean, it's not like there's that big of a group of celebrities in the world, but celebrities, man, just they die at a young age so disproportionately, and the people around them as well. So. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, another thing with the blown cover is cover. I think like the celebrities, like the mainstream people, they always like, since they're like, we always get hypnotized by them somehow. Because like you grow up, like there's Pac. Like you talked about, you talk about Pac, like you were waiting to get All Eyes on Me in that old video, like when you're a kid. Like we all get like influenced by celebs because they have like things that catches our attention. So like I always think that like, are these like celebrities and like these numbers being like easily coded into a lot of things? It's like I think they're like trying to tell us something like this is obvious, and like why aren't people seeing? That's why they make it obvious with the coding, so like people can see it and people can get influenced and like just know how to like stop the cabal being like the anti version of like what they're doing. We just have to like get in, like the stuff that like they like how they gather attention. Like Pac is like his music like is so good. Like people listen to it. Like they put it in the background. But this stuff with it that people don't question. We need just like to find a way where like because like most of the things that mainstream uses to brainwash us is all creative stuff. It's all like that energy, the creative things. We have to find a way to like incorporate that shit, but also incorporate like awareness, that true thinking, critical human thinking, all that to it somehow.
Yeah, you're right. Well, you bring up a lot of good points. I appreciate it, friend.
Also, like, you talked about Big Pun's death in the book.
He died on the 38th day of the year.
Yeah. Like, Big Pun, like, I didn't expect it. I mean, well, I was still a sheep. But the fact that I didn't expect Big Pun to be, like, killed by the numbers, like, I was still a sheep at that point. Because, like, all mainstream artists, like, or all people under labels, like, I can't really trust them. Whenever I do music stuff, like, I just normally, like, do it underground. I don't want to, like, I remember my cousin said something about, like, a label, but I never joined that. Like, I just, like, more, like, underground, like mostly in my house with music. Like, sometimes I'll play, like, music through my speaker, like, with turntables, but I never want to do, like the mainstream, because, like, I know what will occur with the mainstream.
Right.
But, like, yeah, sorry for talking too long.
That's all good, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, good call, man. You take care.
Yeah.
All right, see you. So, just want to go back over the parallel between...
I need to hang up on that.
Oh, yeah, it's all good, man. Well, we got another call. I'll get to this parallel, though. Caller?
Hello?
Hello.
Is this Zach?
It is.
Hey, I wanted to expand on something that someone earlier said about hearing voices when you're doing this work.
Okay.
Well, to me, I've come to notice that that's like something that has to do with the subconscious and you getting in contact with it.
Sure, that could be.
Well, it's just something that I noticed when I was doing a few things. I seemingly was talking to voices at one point and then figured out, this is just my subconscious doing this.
Okay, so you've had the same experience then.
Well, I discovered your work after all this happened to me, so I don't get that anymore. I figured out what that was a while ago, but I thought it was interesting because at the time I had to do something kind of outlandish in order for that to happen. I would explain it like kind of realizing that you're doing, let's see, how should I say this? Say you're sleepwalking and you wake up, and for like a split moment, you're seeing that you are not controlling your actions. You're not sending the signals to your body.
Sure.
And you realize, okay, well, that's basically what I went through. Type of schizophrenic type of mode. And what I realized is that during this process, when it first happened, like day by day by day, I was seeing that I was kind of doing like a manual override of my system and getting in contact with that part of my mind. And I've noticed that that part of the mind kind of knows the organics of gematria as well.
Sure.
I don't know if that ever has been brought up before.
Well, sort of earlier in this live stream, it did get brought up. But yeah, and I do agree with that because what I was talking about was when I first started this research, when I didn't know that much back in 2013, I'd have dreams and I'd dream about a word and a number, and I'd get up and I'd be like, okay, I was dreaming about a word and a number. Let me calculate, and I'd be like, wow, the word equals that number. It's like my brain is doing this in my sleep somehow. So, yeah.
All right. Well, that's just for me, at least. I don't know how. I've realized it for others too. When I see this get brought up about gematria, but they don't make the connection between the two. It seems.
Sure.
Not all the time. I don't know.
Sure. Well, I appreciate it. Great observations.
Indeed.
All right.
Thank you again.
All right. Take care, man.
You too.
Okay, so again, story earlier this year about YNW Melly. He killed his friends. It was all by the numbers. Similar numbers we're talking about today. And hold on, we got another call. Caller?
Hey, Zach. I don't know if anyone brought this up already. My 15-year-old pointed this out to me earlier when we were talking about this whole thing with Juice Wrld. She said that last month on TikTok, there was a trend where people were faking having seizures to one of his songs called Lucid Dreams. And if you run Lucid Dreams through Gematrinator, it hits 46 in reduction, just like
Chicago
Sacrifice.
and Sacrifice. Chicago and Sacrifice. I didn't know. Somebody brought up the thing about lucid dreams, but not the part about people faking. So that was the thing on TikTok, to fake a seizure while listening to the song?
Yeah, she said it was some kind of trend that kids were like going on there and recording videos faking having seizures while they were playing the song.
That is just so weird.
Yeah.
Well, I did not know about that, so I really appreciate that. There's been a lot of good points brought up. That's the latest. Okay, I'm gonna have to look into that. I have no doubt that it was going on. I wonder. So I'm not familiar with what TikTok is. Do you know what TikTok is?
Not really. I'd have to ask my 15-year-old.
Okay.
I think it's just where like they make little videos where they're like pretending to sing to songs.
Well, I see it right here. I did a web search for it. It's right here. Lucid Dreams TikTok compilation 2019 fake seizures. So,
yep.
Wow. And, well, what's crazy is the first date that comes up that this started was November 8th, 118, and death's 118.
Yeah.
So,
yep.
So there you go.
Yep, so just wanted to point that out because I thought it was a good catch that she made.
It is.
She's been doing her own decodes lately, but she didn't want to call in.
All right, well, tell her I appreciate it, and I appreciate you too. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Yeah, just by the way, for all of you guys who are calling in, who's calling, I'm not answering it, it is a cell phone. I can only pick up the line for one person at a time, but again, this YNWLE murder on my mind on the August 3rd date, 8338, murder 8338. Death Race for Love came out on March 8th, 3883 date, deaths 38. And again, these numbers showing up: rappers 38, killings 38, RIPs 38. So many rappers dead in connection to this number. And hold on. Caller?
What did you say?
No, you're on. What's going on?
On?
Yeah, you're on. You're on.
Hi, it's about Juice Wrld.
Okay.
Man, I woke up today hearing the bad news and I just started crying.
Yeah, it is sad news. Was there anything else you wanted to say about it?
No, thank you. You really made me feel more better.
Well, I'm glad you feel better, but yeah, it is sad. And I mean, that's part of the reason they do this too, because they know that people really like these entertainers. They're emotionally invested, and then you hear about them dying young. It's tragic. I mean, nobody wants to hear that. So that's why the world's got to wake up to what's going on, so that this can all be put to an end, because all of this is so unnecessary. So
yeah.
Well, stay strong out there. I appreciate your call.
Thank you.
All right, you take care. Bye.
Bye.
Caller?
Hey, Zach, how's it going?
It's going well. What's up?
Hey man, I want to share something with the listeners. You familiar with the group Ready for the World?
Ready for the World? I'm not actually. Ready for the World. I gotta look it up.
Yeah, they had a song out in the '80s called Sheila.
Sheila.
Then Sheila.
Okay. I know that song. Okay, I didn't realize the group name, but I heard that song before. Okay.
Right. Okay, well, I'm actually a brother of one of the members of the group and a co-founder of the group. And I was hearing a lot of callers talking about the music and the hidden messages in the music, and I want to concur with everybody that yes, they do put subliminal messages in the music, and I have firsthand knowledge of it. Rod Temperman, he was one of the execs with MCA, and he came to Ready for the World and wanted a song, wanted them to sing a song. Now the song was called I Just Want to Be Loved. And the song ended up going on the soundtrack for Beverly Hills Cop. Now what's significant about the song is what the lyrical content is. Ready for the World didn't put it on their album, it was just on the soundtrack. And, of course, Beverly Hills Cop made millions of dollars, which means the writer of the song made millions of dollars, which was Rod Temperman, which was one of the Jewish execs, associated with MCA Records. If I can really quickly give you guys some of the lyrics, you can understand how they put subliminal messages out there, and I can assure you that the group was not aware of what they were doing. They were just presenting the song, say, hey, I want you guys to take a listen to this song, do it exactly the way I have it written, and it'll be a hit. And he assured them it'll be a hit, get good airplay and everything. And the reason why he knew it would be a hit, because they were going to make it a hit. And it was a hit only on, as far as, because it was associated with the soundtrack, mind you. Okay. It starts out bumping until dawn, early in the night. She can turn me on and it feels alright to me because I'm free. The song is supposed to be sung like it's about a woman.
Right.
But it's not. So it's bumping until dawn, early in the night. She can turn me on and it feels alright to me because I'm free. Junior's on the way, things are looking bright because she can let you know what a summer night could be. I'm living in a fantasy. Each way my eyes turn, I see the ladies come and go. One lesson I've learned is when offer, you don't say no. Then the chorus goes, I just want to be loved. Tell me what's the sin in that. I just want to be loved. I'm getting over like a heart attack. Then the next verse is, Candy's got this taste of something that I love. How can I describe what her sugar does to me? Crystal's got a way of shining in the light. It cuts so fine. It's a perfect sight to see. I'm living in a fantasy. Then it goes back to that bridge. Each way my eyes turn, girls come and go. One lesson I've learned: when it's offered, you don't say no. So Ready for the World, my point is they had no idea that they were being used. And this song was put out on the soundtrack. I believe that as a subliminal message, letting people know there's no sin in doing these drugs, and I just want to be loved, and this is what gives me that feeling, and do what you do, type of thing. So
sure.
That's the answer to everybody's question is if they do or don't, put subliminal messages in music is yes, they do. And sometimes, often the artists aren't even aware of it.
Right. That's always been my suspicion. I'm glad you called in since you're someone who has some direct experience, but that's always been my suspicion. And that's also like when people look at like Juice WRLD and they're saying, well, look, he rapped about dying, not even making it to 21 or dying at age 21. And I'm wondering, I'm like, okay, that might be in his lyrics and that might be in a song, but did he choose to put those words in there? And did he know that this would really be his fate when he recorded that song? So.
Right. Yeah, they definitely didn't even know the song was even about drugs until years later when I decoded it and called my brother up and told him, are you aware of what you guys put out? And, he thought it was about a girl too, about getting women. It's like he thought the song was about. because of the way the song was sung.
Sure, and that's what almost everybody would think. But right, almost anybody listening to the song would think the same thing. But then there's also the subliminal, or for the people who do have the information, they're like, well, wait a minute, is this song about this? So, yeah.
Exactly. And one other thing before I go, and I'm just going to put the statement out there, and then I'll hang up and let you, if anybody got any information on this, respond to it. Maybe 2016, 2017, I called into your show, and I mentioned something about the movie The Negotiator, and how I believe in the movie there's some encoding going on with some hand movements that one of the actors is doing at the same time that the phone is ringing. And I believe it's in some kind of either Morse code or some kind of military code, and if someone who watched the movie who's listening could tell me what is being said in that sequence in the movie where his hand is moving and the phone is ringing, and both of them are doing the same rhythm.
I haven't seen the movie. What's the actor that's doing it, just so if somebody does watch it, they know what to look for?
I don't know his name, but I know Samuel L. Jackson is the lead actor in the movie.
Okay.
The Negotiator.
Okay.
But if anybody got anything on that, just put it out there so we all can know.
All right, maybe we'll get a call this Wednesday on the radio show. Appreciate that.
All right, appreciate it, bro.
All right, take care, man. You have a good one.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, so I want to go back to this YNW thing again. He put out this song, Murder on My Mind, and then his friend ended up getting murdered on October 26th, and you'd think it would be 83 days later after the song, but it was actually 84, which is a special number. Masonry's 84, Jesuit. Anyway, his rap name is YNW Melly, and the YNW stands for Young Nigga World. And by the way, the word nigga with the A ending equals 38, like rapper, like death, like murder, like killing, shows up all the time. So anyway, 84 days after that song, his friend gets murdered. And then the news broke about this on February 13th, 213, and that name also sums to 213. And by the way, so does Black History Month and Black Panther, and we talked about how Tupac's album came out on February 13th, All Eyes on Me, and he died 213 days later in drive-by shootings, 213. And the movie All Eyes on Me starts with his mother, the Black Panther, and again, Black Panther's 213. So here, I think I got more information. So here's the post from February 13th when this news broke. From his birthday to the murder of his friends was 187 days. The homicide code 187. And the killing of his friends came 187 days before his 20th birthday. And then they were killed on that 74 date, that number that shows up all the time. Hold on, we got another caller. What's up, caller?
So I've actually got a tweet from Juice WRLD from April 25th, 2017. And he said, my goal is to get overly famous, shine for a couple of years, and fake my death with what appears to be a coffin emoji. So yeah, that's pretty interesting. I just saw that.
Somebody called. I was trying to find it earlier in the live stream. Somebody said it was dated April 24th. Is it 25th?
25th, 3:44 p.m.
How did you find it? I was trying to find it earlier.
It's a screenshot on Twitter, but you might have to scroll down if you want to find it for yourself.
So I need to go to his actual Twitter and scroll back to April 25th, 2000. All right, I'm gonna do it. I want to see this. All right, thanks, man.
That's all I got to say.
All right, appreciate it. Yep. All right. Somebody, we've been on for a while. Somebody called in with this earlier, but they said April 24th. Hold on. All right, hold up. I gotta scroll. Wait. Like, how long is this going to take to scroll back? That's a long time. I'm not good with Twitter. This is just from 4. Is this his Twitter? Hold on. Am I not even on it? I think this is everybody tweeting about him. How do I find it? Is this his actual Twitter? All right, hold up. I'm so bad on Twitter. I'm not good with social media. Well, caller?
Yo, bro, you don't have to scroll down. If you just go on Twitter search and type in Juice WRLD fake death or some shit, it should come up.
Juice WRLD fake death. Just search that on the Twitter search?
Yeah, and a lot of people are even talking about it, like the boy even speaking on it.
Okay. All right, so I see the tweet here. And
All right, bro, let it.
hold on. Since you know how to use Twitter.
Okay, what?
Okay, so I see this tweet, but when I click on it, it doesn't show me the date of it. How do I do that?
Okay, let me see.
Oh, right here it does. Never mind. The next one down does. Okay, I'm good. All right, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You noticed how it was tweeted at 3:44. That's another 38 in plain sight.
Well, and then the other thing is it's April 25th. I talked about that date earlier in this thing. We were talking about Jim Morrison's girlfriend. She died on that date, and he was born on December 8th. April 25th is the 115th day of the year, and Killings 115 and Masonic, number that shows up all the time around death. So,
Yeah, that's crazy.
all right, appreciate it, man.
Even that his at name, how it has the 3 Ds, that equals 128.
Man, does it really? Does Andy uses the O in there, unlike his rap name. So
Yeah.
that just shows how planned it all is, man. All right, appreciate it.
All right, thanks, bro.
All right, thanks, man. All right, so yeah, it was spelled with an O in there with 3 Ds. Ooh, look at it, man. And he's dead on 12/8, December 8th. And April 25th, the 115th day of the year. Twitter's 115, Masonics 115, Killings 115. Again and again, the same numbers, man. And actually, what's interesting about Killing is even in Jewish gematria, it's 115 too. All right, we've gone over so many different things. So hold up. The first caller said it was April 24th. I think that's going to make it one day off the mark now. All right, hold up. Caller?
Nobody cares that juice will die. Nigger.
What's the point of doing that? See, and then they hang up. Like, what's the point of doing that? I mean... Like, for the person who just did that, I mean, think about yourself. Like, if you're going to call on and do that, answer the question. What's the point of doing it? Don't be a coward and hang up. I mean, always. Anyway, coming back to this YNW Melly thing. Again, his friends were murdered October 26, 2018. Date was 74. Numerology shows up again and again. You know, Tupac 74, Machiavelli 74, Notorious B.I.G. dead a span of 74 days from his birthday, or 73 days, the sacrifice number. Caller?
Hey, Zach.
What's up?
I've been watching your stuff for 2 years now. It's really eye-opening. I really appreciate, and I'm glad I came across it. As everything since, it's hard to find truth.
Indeed.
It's funny, I was talking to my ex-girlfriend over Facebook. I don't really have friends. I just kind of focus on all the encoding and what's going on. Basically, she ended up telling me she likes Juice World, and not even 2 weeks after. And I told her about, Freemasons and the rituals and how, I can't work because I'm gang stalked and just a lot of stress dealing with waking up, and I don't know what your thoughts are on how I should deal with that.
Well, I mean, I've gone through the same... How old are you, first of all?
I'm 22.
You're 22, okay, so we're around the same age. I was 18 when September 11th happened, and that was the most isolating time of my life because I found that nobody else was questioning 9/11, and then everyone was hating on me for questioning it. And I mean, I was probably more depressed than I'd ever been at any point in my life after 9/11 because of that fact, because everyone was so mad at me and no one questioned. I was just like, what kind of world am I living in? And I was already kind of on just with an eyebrow up after the election of Bush at the time, because really? I mean, the son of the last Republican president comes down to the state where his brother's the governor, and then the 9/11 thing. And, it just took time, man. My skin grew thicker, and it made me, prior to 9/11, so just to walk you back to what I was doing, I was in my second week of college. I was happy to be free down in Arizona. I'm from the Pacific Northwest. I was going to school at Arizona State. I was enjoying the good weather, and you know, having fun and the cute girls and all that. And I was just having the time of my life. And then this happened. And then I didn't feel like partying or hanging out. I felt like, where am I living? And like, anyway, so I got isolated. And what I started doing, man, is I started reading a lot. And I started writing. And it just took time to get through. And then over time, I met some people that I could talk to about things. And, you know, it was all a part of a life progression. So it changed me as a person for who I was and the things I cared about. And it wasn't an easy thing, and it wasn't fun at all for a period of time, but it just made me who I was, and then eventually it put me on the path of doing this research and sharing it with people like you. And, you know, caring about truth, man, it can be so depressing. So I don't know if you know, I just launched the website, freetofindtruth.com. It's free to use. And again, the point of that website is for it to grow and help people link up and network and feel less isolated. So I would just say, man,
looking at your blog, you have to try the new site. I'll probably give it a look today or tomorrow.
Sure, man. But, I mean, it's going to take time for it to take off, but if you're a member there and you post, I imagine eventually in time it'll build up. And again, just realize there's a lot of people in your shoes. And
well, for me personally, it's like I'm isolated from my family even, because my mother tells me she was forced into a Mormon church. So there's the Mormon Mason stuff I know about. And she tells me she was like molested and just really dark stuff. And when I look at my name, both just my first and last name as well as my first, middle, and last, there's like a lot of gematria for like masonry and killing and active shooter, and my parents kind of pushed me on video games to babysit me, to distract me, and it's like I'm playing all these shooters and just don't know how to escape from it other than to completely unplug and like live off in the woods.
Well, you go full Walden then. I don't know if you read the book Walden, but that's what he does. You know, honestly, man, video games can be fun and stuff, but I don't think they're good for people either, because they'll make you isolate, and plus, I mean, a lot of the video games are so, like, violent, and you're just, like, shooting and killing, so I don't think that's good for the subliminals, man. If you don't like reading, you know, I didn't like reading, honestly, at the point that 9/11 happened, but it got me into reading, and actually, I found a lot of escape in reading, and I found authors I liked, and I found Kurt Vonnegut, I really liked him, I found his writing truthful and honest and funny. So, I mean, maybe just, like, try to switch it up. Try to do some different things. Instead of playing video games, maybe...
Well, I actually do like reading, but there's a lot of noise where I live. I'm kind of by, like, Metro Detroit area. So there's a lot of air traffic as
distracting.
Well as loud cars. And...
Well, earplugs, man. Earplugs.
Everywhere.
Earplugs.
And I see the coding everywhere as well.
I hear you.
I just don't know how to escape from this.
Well, just...
Or how to improve or spread the message. Because when I'm in public, it seems like everyone in public is kind of either too dumb to wake up and they're like in the spell or trance, or they're like handlers kind of making sure no one's speaking out the truth.
That's exactly how it is, man. And honestly, I was like abandoned by like every... So I after for a while, anyway... When I started doing this in 2013, what happened is the whole Sandy Hook thing and the school shootings and the gun rights, and I started to post on social media about, don't people see what's really going on? And everyone started to get really mad at me. And I was like, man, it's just like after 9/11, just people just hate the truth. And it's what drove me to start a blog and start a video channel. And again, I would just find something constructive to do with turn your negative energy into something positive. If you're into this research, I mean...
I should put this energy thing into actually researching, finding more of the factual, mathematical correlations to these rituals and these people's names.
Exactly. So perfect. And a lot more research needs to be done. Like, there's a whole astrological piece that I haven't really cracked. I mean, somebody's still got to do that. So if you're into this research and you're into it, I mean, you can help take it further, and you can start your own blog and your own video channel, and don't expect to be received at all at first. I mean, it took me a year before I got any kind of traffic on my blog, and then took a long time to build up the YouTube too.
My father is like really into programming, and he does like the lowest level programming where he has full control. So anything I do under his network, feel like I'm censored online, and I don't know how, if I did the work, it would even spread to anyone.
Well, this website that's been built, it won't be censored. I mean, you could build up a following on there. So again, this website's brand new. It just launched. So people who are going to become standout members in the community are the people who are going to be there from the earliest, making the best posts. So, you know, and I'm looking for people like that to do that.
Other people will be able to view it, and I can get like uploaded and get rep on your site or something.
Exactly. Yeah, you can post everything on there. So.
Alright, that's sounding hopeful for me. At least I'd rather go out as a martyr for good than a sellout.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And just keep your head up, man. I mean, it can be depressing, but going through hard times builds character.
For suicide attempts, like 4 times at least.
Yeah, don't do that, man.
It's not like really intentional. It's just like I was looking for a way out without hurting myself completely.
Don't do that, man.
Those hospitals was where they just drugging up everyone who was aware of what was going on, and like they would just pretty much put people in a stupor, like permanently, so they would never wake up to what's going on. And it seems like anyone that speaks out the truth is kind of being labeled as a crazy or schizophrenic when they're really just isolated and don't have a chance to really get out what's been on their mind and eating away at them.
Indeed. And don't commit suicide, man. A great member of this community.
I hope that it's a third-party suicide. Like, I would never take my own life. I want to go out.
But don't even think like that. That's what I'm saying, man. You're young and you are awake to the truth, and that's a rare thing. And all the people like us, we need to be around because we're the only people who are going to create more people like us or help open people's eyes. And earlier this year, September, a member of this community committed suicide, and it was terrible that he did because he was great at this research, and he had web skills. He built a really cool website, and again, that's a huge loss, man. He was needed. He was in his mid-20s, so yeah, you just got to stay strong, man.
What was the name of the guy that took his life this year?
His name was Mark Hamilton.
Mark Hamilton. Okay, I don't know if I.
Yeah.
It's been a while. But before I take up more of your time, I'd rather you get more important things. Thanks for taking my call and the inspiring words you gave me.
All right, man, but trust me, man, you'll get through it. You're young. You got your whole life ahead of you, man. It's good to be 22. And honestly, man, when you get to your mid-20s, I think you'll find that they're the best years of your life. So your best years are still ahead of you, and you're building character right now. So you just got to stay strong.
All right, well, thanks, Zach. I'll let you get to it.
All right, man. Take care.
See ya.
And yeah, it is normal to be in the truth community and have suicidal thoughts because that is what you hear from people that, you know, like you're a weirdo and you're a crazy person and you're stupid. And I mean, when you hear that from all your friends and family, I mean, I went through the same thing. I mean, my family all thinks almost everyone in my family thinks I'm a nutcase for doing this work, which is frustrating because all I've ever done is prove my point with evidence. And, anyhow, that's just the culture we live in. Dismissing truth, labeling people with all the stereotypes. I mean, that's the world we live in right now. So we got to change that. Hawaii?
Hey, what's up, Zach?
What's up, man?
Not much. I'm glad I was able to search you.
Is there any way you can boost your volume?
Can you hear me now?
It's a little bit better. Yeah, I hear you.
Sorry, I was not holding the phone properly. But, man, I got just a couple things to say. To that last caller, I know how he feels, but then I think a lot of us who are awake feel that way. I've been in some periods in my life where I was felt alone and depressed because you feel like nobody else gets it, but there's a lot of people out there that do get it. And like you were saying, we need more people that are like-minded to support the cause. And so if that guy's still listening, man, just if you have to, like sometimes you just gotta back away. like, don't even look at the news. Stop watching this kind of stuff, because sometimes you just need to kind of focus on the beauty of life.
This is true too. Yeah, that's true.
And then earlier when you first started your stream, I'm kind of catching up to the time difference, so I caught your stream late, but I started from the beginning, and you had a great caller in the very beginning. He was talking about like how the blacks are the real Jews and the Ashkenazis use the code. And he was talking about how rappers, he thinks a lot of these rappers may not actually be dying. And I can agree with that. But I think some of them are dying. But I think that they're trying to create this like a fake underground type of genre of rap, which focuses on like heavy drug use and like suicidal tendencies and all that stuff, and they're trying to make it seem like it's kind of underground to kind of attract people that are into those just being kind of like edgy or whatever. And I think they're trying to make these young kids that listen to that kind of stuff think that it's acceptable to take your own life, or think that mental illness is normal. And I think it's a way of reducing the population, which goes back to Agenda 21. I know it's kind of a stretch, but I think they're using music and culture to...
Of course they are. Well, it's 100% true, man. And it's not only that, but just all this focus with celebrities on mental illness now is also helping the pharmaceutical industry, because, I mean, what teenager isn't on an antidepressant now? And one of my nephews, he's 16 years old, and he's real inspired by the modern hip-hop music, and he really got into it around the time of the triple XXX Tentacion death, which was another one of these rituals by the numbers. And he's just been in a really bad time for about the last year and a half, and he started experimenting with all sorts of drugs, and he talks about suicide all the time. So I just see that he's a victim of the culture and what's going on, and his story is not unique. There's just so many people in his age group that are going through exactly what you're describing right now.
Exactly, man. My dad remarried and had 2 kids, and so I have a younger brother and sister. They're like 13 and 16 years apart from me, and my sister actually attempted to commit suicide by taking pills and stuff, and she was in a coma in the ICU. And my brother, who's like 17 now, he listens to all this crap. And actually on Thanksgiving, I got together with my family. I hadn't seen them in a while, and he was showing me like TikTok, which one of your callers mentioned earlier. And it's like just this app that people make like short videos of themselves dancing or just doing dumb shit. But like when you make the video, you can also put music to it, and they have like all these artists that you can choose to put their songs to put to your video, and all of them were like these weird. I don't know who these people are. I'm sure the younger kids do, but it's all these like they're Juice World type rappers that are talking about like suicide and drugs, and that's what the TikTok is promoting. It's like promoting all these quote unquote underground. Like they're probably not underground, but they're trying to like market themselves as this like underground drug culture. But that's what TikTok is promoting as well, I noticed. But anyway, I just wanted to say all that. Nothing really as far as decoding, but appreciate your work, and I'll be watching in the live stream. Take care, Zach.
All right, appreciate it, man. Thanks for the call. You take care. Caller? Oh, I switched over too quick. For the person who just called in, you can call right back. I'll pick it up. I'm just putting together a pulse with this new information. Again, Juice Wrld, he put out this tweet April 25th, 2017, about his goal being to get overly famous and then fake his death. And he spells his name different there, and it equals 128. And look at what day he's dead, December 8th, this infamous day in history that so many musicians have already died on. Caller?
Hi, Zach.
Hey. You're on. You got to mute the video. You got to mute the video. You're live through the phone. The video's on delay.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Is it Zach?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Zach. I was just calling in, wondering about the Juice World thing, and I caught in a little late on the stream, and I was wondering what kind of information you could find, if you could break it down quick for anybody who caught up to this late.
Yeah, here, I'll just do a recap of everything for you. All right, appreciate it, man. I'll do it offline, okay?
Okay, you're gonna do that on your live stream?
I'm gonna do it right now if you tune into the live stream. Yeah, so you switch back to the live stream and I'll just recap everything.
Okay, and I had one more question, if that was all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think that this Juice World is linked to possibly like the Mac Miller and all these other rappers that are seeming to pass away? Because it seems like every single one of my favorite rapper keeps biting the dust. Every 6 months or so, there's a new one going out, and it just seems like they're mocking us with all the signs and symbolism. Juice World was in a Foot Locker commercial with checkerboard shoes on, stomping on a zombie about a week ago. He died same day as John Lennon and says, "I'm a young boy, really feel like John Lennon in his song." I mean, it just seems like they're having these guys put out exactly what's going to happen to them. I mean, Mac Miller was my favorite. He said to all of the people that sell me drugs, don't mix it with that bull crap. I'm trying not to join the 27 Club. He died from supposedly a fentanyl overdose, which I'll never believe, at 26. So, I don't know, I thought maybe you could touch on that in the stream. I think that's what a lot of these people are here to hear about.
Sure, here, you can stay on the phone while I recap things. So, okay, Mac Miller died last year on September 7th, 9/7, which was the anniversary of Tupac getting shot. Death equals 97. You can write that date 7/9 like 79. Murder 79. And if I remember right, Mac Miller's birth name, his full name equals 79. So that happened last year, and now you have this guy, Juice World. Tupac was in the movie Juice, and he was in that movie when he was 21 years old. Juice equals 21. 21's the sixth triangular number, meaning if you add 1 through 6 together, it equals 21. Juice World's dead 6 days after his 21st birthday, and like Tupac and like Mac Miller, he had lyrics that were predictive programming of his death. So yeah, all of this stuff, and you're talking about the checkerboard floors, which is masonry, all of this stuff is symbolic, and it's all the industry. Again, Freemasonry controls the industry. Freemasonry works by this code of letters and numbers, and they're all interconnected rituals. And earlier in the show, I was talking about how pretty much every famous rapper death you've heard about in recent times, it has some connection going back to Tupac's death, which is probably one of the most infamous deaths in in hip hop history. So, also just other things about his death. Juice World, the way he spelled it without the O, equals 42. That number stamped all over Black history. Go and decode your favorite rapper name. See how many 42s show up. When you write out 21 as a word, it equals 42. The numbers that are always brought together in these Black death shaming rituals are 42 and 59. He's dead on a date with 59 numerology, Negro, slave, blues, Rasta. They're all 59. Black History Month ends on the 59th day of the year, February 28th. February is the month that sums to 42. So again and again, it's the same repetitive number patterns. And he's dead in Chicago. Chicago equals 46. Midway Airport equals 73. Sacrifice is 73 and 46. The name Jared Higgins, his birth name, 73. The surname Higgins is 73 and 46. And then we covered his father's death earlier this year. His father died on June 2nd. And Sacrifice equals 62. Jared Higgins is also 62. His father died 86 days after the release of his album Death Race for Love. Blood Sacrifice is 86. Now he's dead from a seizure. And Seizure is 86.
Beforehand. I don't mean to cut you off, but TikTok, they did a thing where it was the Juice World Challenge, and it was lucid dreams, and they were having these guys basically like spit water out their mouths and whatnot, act like they're having a seizure, and then he dies a couple years later from it, or a year later from it. I don't know if you caught that before or not.
Somebody did call in and point that out, and I noticed that challenge, it seems to have started on November 8th, 118, in Death's 118. Tupac died on a date with 118 numerology, so...
Definitely. I guess my last thing, what I'm saying is, like, you know, I remember I really followed you and got hooked on your channel when Mac Miller passed away. You really woke me up to everything going on. And, you know, I remember you saying that somebody had called you and said they weren't happy about you spreading this information, yada, 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 and that Mac Miller was very much still alive. Just he's not Mac Miller anymore. So do you believe that these people are actually passing away, some of them? Or are they just like changing their identities, their lives? You know, that's the part where I'm the most in the gray about. I definitely believe the Masons are at work and they're taking away our celebrities and stuff, but I guess I'm just confused how it works, if they really are selling their souls, knowing when they're going to pass away, or if this is an unpredicted thing and they see it coming in the near future. I just had questions as far as that.
Sure. So here's what I can say, because I only know based on what people have told me. So back in 2015, this young man reached out to me and he said his name was Chris and he wanted to kill himself. And he was talking to me, and I ended up giving him my phone number, and I was just kind of being his buddy. And then after talking to him for some weeks, he revealed more about himself. And then I was kind of curious if, like, what was really going on, because he revealed that he was a bassist in a pretty popular rock band. And I was like, okay, wait a minute. If you're like this celebrity and you're in a band, do you really need me as your coping buddy? So anyway, I stopped talking to him after some time, and then he reached out to me again after the death of Mac Miller. And he was like, listen, man, the character Mac Miller's dead. This has nothing to do with Ariana Grande. Because he says he helps Ariana Grande produce her records.
Grande, I remember you saying that. Yep.
Yeah, so I was just like, okay. So anyway, he made it seem like Mac Miller's just fine. It's just the character's dead. But then another guy that I used to do his radio show every Monday for probably about a year. His name's Jeff Young. He used to be the guitarist for Megadeth. He was more under the impression that these musicians really do get offed. So
you think there actually are passing away?
It could be a combination of both. That's what I'm saying. So
yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I just think it's hard to hide a guy's identity like Mac Miller, who had his whole body tattooed and his neck and stuff. I don't know how you hide that guy away for years. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I wanted to. I don't want to take up too much of your time, like everyone else said. I really do appreciate the information you spread. Definitely am not a sheep like the rest of half of the world out there, man. And I wanted to thank you for waking up a lot of people.
Well, you're welcome. I appreciate your call, man. Stay strong.
All right.
Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Hold on. Let me go back and find the Mac Miller thing. Okay. So his death was... I have a bunch of posts on his death. Hold on. I got to find the main post. He was 26. Hold on. Where's the main post? He died 231 days after his birthday, and then there was all this stuff about him and Ariana Grande broken up. Ariana Grande is 231. So Mac Miller's full name was Malcolm James McCormick, which is 79, like murder, and he died on the date that can be written 79. Caller?
Yeah, Zach. Sorry to interrupt you, man, again, but this is the last time I'll be calling in. But I had heard one caller, I guess, talking about it's kind of hard out here for us truth seekers, whatever. But it kind of is. But I feel like I'm one of the youngest ones, because I'm just now 21, and I've been learning this stuff since I was 19 or whatever. But yeah, man, like it's really real. And to talk, the voices would even tell me not to even watch your channel. They say some part that if I would watch your channel, that I'll end up getting hurt or something. So I had went to a point where I stopped watching your channel for a couple of months just because they told me not to watch it, and that if I watched it, that I wouldn't have my success or whatever for as wise a career down the road. So I kind of do think that like this stuff is real, and how I know the voices wasn't just in my head, because it would be a loud ring, like a loud ring that would come in my ear, and then I hear the voice. So it's kind of like it was almost admitted.
Sure.
Yeah, but this is say one more thing, man. I said you probably and I'm pro righteous. I ain't on one side, but I said you're probably the most realest white man I know, man. And that's just real. Like I met a lot of people and seen flaws, but I'm like, man, like. This you keep doing this knowledge after all what you done went through or whatever and what didn't happen, man. I said that gotta be whether the ancestors is helping you, whatever, and people looking out for you. Cause man, you done kept going on with this knowledge after you improved these events and stuff. It's like, and every time I see it, man, I'm like, yeah, this man, the truth right here. I said that's all it is numbers contrived in the news and stuff. So.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thanks for calling back.
All right, yeah, man, that's all I want to say, man. But, yeah, continue doing what you're doing again, man. For real.
Will do. All right, you take care, man. Thanks for supporting.
You too.
All right, see. And just by the way, I mean, it's just so repetitive. You know, Ariana Grande, when Mac Miller died, it was 73 days after her birthday. And again, ritual sacrifice, they're both 73. We're talking about it again today. Jared Higgins, that's Juice WRLD's name, 73. The surname Higgins is 73. The last post I did last night was the death of this news anchor who'd been on the air since 86, Denise DeSanzo, whose name is 73 and 62. She dropped dead instantly for no reason. Caller?
Hey, Zach, it's the 22-year-old again. The dude that just called saying about the voices and stuff, I kind of can relate to that. And it's like the more truth I seek, the more pressure upon me. And I was saying how it's like noise and air traffic and it almost it's exaggerated or like way overbearing. Time invest into truth seeking and actually decoding and connecting the pieces. I don't know if that's a very common thing or if that's just me and the guy that just called.
Sure. Your call's a little bit.
I really had to say though.
Well, all right, man. I appreciate you calling back. You stay strong out there. Take care, friend.
Yep, thanks.
All right, see you, man. Okay. That's right. They came back in September of this year and blamed it on the drug dealer for Mac Miller. And they did that on September 4th, the day leaving 118 days left in the year. That was a story this year, 2019. Mac Miller, alleged dealer charged in connection to rapper's death. Again, the day leaving 118 days left in the year, death 118. Just like how that TikTok challenge started on November 8th. Caller?
Hey, Zach.
Hey.
Am I on?
You're on.
I just wanted to point out today is Nicki Minaj's birthday, and her and Juice WRLD went on tour this year together.
Oh, so he was touring with Nicki Minaj, huh?
Yes, this year in February.
Yeah, she's got a fateful birthday, too. Someday we're going to read about her.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
all I wanted to say.
All right, I appreciate
and thank
it.
you for doing what you do.
All right, yeah, you're welcome. Take care.
All right.
All right, see you.
Uh-huh.
She's going to turn 38 next year. Caller?
Hello.
You're on.
Oh, I wanted to call to say that I actually had a friend who died at 21, who I think was sacrificed by the occult because he wanted to be a famous SoundCloud rapper.
He wanted to be what? A famous what?
A famous SoundCloud rapper.
I'm having trouble understanding you. I'm sorry. What kind of rapper?
A SoundCloud rapper.
All right. I appreciate it. Thanks for calling in.
Okay.
All right. Take care. Caller?
Hi, yes. I called a little earlier. I had another good question to bring up to you. So, do you think that these artists are, they're writing these songs influenced by maybe the higher-ups, the Masons, or whoever they sold their soul to foreshadow their deaths?
Sure. I've said this for years. They're not even writing their own songs. Just like how we had the gentleman call in about 20 minutes ago who was connected to this song right here, Oh Sheila. And like he pointed out, they didn't write the song, they just sung it. So I think almost all the music in the industry is being created by the higher-ups.
Definitely. All right. That's crazy to think of, man. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Have
you're
a good
welcome.
day, Zach.
All right, yeah, take care. Okay, so Nicki Minaj turned 37 today. The Reflection is 73. That's interesting too. Caller?
Hello?
Yeah, you're on.
Alright, so first of all, that little kid made no fucking sense. And I'm here to say that I had my friend, he was a SoundCloud rapper. His SoundCloud was first name Joe, last name Mama, and he died at 21. You think that was a sacrifice?
Well, again, sacrifice equals 73. 73 is the 21st prime. It's possible.
It's kind of creeping me out, because I've been, hearing voices. It's weird.
Well, yeah, it's strange to hear voices. I can't relate. I haven't had that experience, but somebody called in earlier and talked about this, so.
Oh, well, okay, thank you. You have a blessed day.
All right, you too, man. Take care.
Equals 73.
Caller, you got to mute your video. Caller, you're on, but you got to mute the video. You got to talk to me through the phone.
What?
Yeah, just mute the video, please.
Alright. There.
What's up?
I just wanted to say R.I.P. Juice. I didn't know he was gonna die, and I'm really sad right now. So, I wanted to say, just R.I.P. Juice.
All right. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Hang in there, friend. Caller?
Okay, so, in one Juice WRLD songs, he says that he's not gonna make it over 21. So, I was just wondering that. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I don't think I commit suicide.
You can tell that kid's like 14 or 15. Caller?
Am I with you, bro?
Caller, you're on. Yeah.
I'm live?
You're live.
All right. To that last caller, 38 Juice. 38 Juice. You know, it's so sad. It's so sad, Zach. I see people everywhere. They don't even know that they're chanting it out.
Right. Saying R.I.P. You're right. Yeah, I hear you.
That's just it's sad. It goes to show how ignorant and asleep the masses are. But me and the boys have a question. We wanted to know if like Juice WRLD, like with the hard R in the NBA YoungBoy song. You know what I'm talking about?
Say it again.
He said the hard R multiple times.
I don't know off the top of my head. No.
Well, like Bandit in the song Bandit, he says the N-word with the hard ER, bro, multiple times.
I see.
And you had the thumbnail up actually in another page.
You're talking about the 42 encoding. You're talking about how they've called the 42 in his name, but you're saying in the song Bandit they say the N-word with the ER ending?
Yeah, like several times.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't heard the song.
That was the last video.
So.
Yeah, even in the video, Black and White, Divide and Conquer. Even in the video, Black and White, they're foreshadowing his death. You know, people seem to be mourning in the video. The energy switches up. People are mourning. They're sitting around a cross says R.I.P. And then there's like Juice WRLD with like pictures of Juice WRLD, and they seem to be at a candlelight.
The video is called Black and White?
Yeah, the video is called Black and White.
Okay, I gotta look that up too. All right, I'll check it out. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, yeah, that's Zach.
All right, take
Love
care,
your
man.
content, man.
All right, thanks, man. See you. Caller? Oh, hung up for whatever reason. All right, you guys are giving me a lot of things to look at. I know Sweet Lady's not real happy right now, so I better get off here in a minute. Caller?
Zach.
Yeah.
I wasn't supposed to call back again, but man, I think these people getting on here. Some people have to get on here trolling because to the point we were talking about real stuff and like real stuff really going on, and then all these people is come on, and little kids and stuff going on and channel out and stuff. Yeah, I feel like they either sending people on to do this stuff because there's no point of calling in if you just gonna do that type of stuff. Like, we were really speaking about real stuff, what's going on.
Sure. Well, it sounded like the person who's done it, if it wasn't the same person 2 times, I'm not paying attention to the numbers, but it sounded like both times they were little kids, so they haven't learned to respect stuff yet.
Yeah, even the SoundCloud rapper people, I'm like, man, what did that got to do with what, like, just some SoundCloud rappers dying and stuff like that. What did that have to do with what we was kind of even talking about? So I just see that as, I don't know, I'm trying to make it kind of like, not real, like what people really going through and stuff to not really care about.
Right. Yeah, I hear that. So.
Man, that's all I wanted to say, man. But yeah, you have a good one again, man.
All right, appreciate it, man. You take care. Caller?
Yo, what's going on, guys? Big fan of the word. I got a question.
Can you turn up your volume?
Can you hear me?
I hear you, but it's still a little bit quiet.
Hold on, it's probably my headphones. Can you hear me better now?
That's better. Yeah. What's up?
Yeah, it was my headphones. So I'm an aspiring artist who's kind of like, as a kid, I always related to Neo in the Matrix for some reason. I know this might sound crazy, but as a kid, I'm encouraged by the guy who's talking about astrology. As a kid, I just was never like turned on to a lot of stuff these kids are. I'm 27 now, and I've been seeing things pretty much for what they are since the beginning. And I always would pay attention to this checkerboard in the Matrix. And Neo and he just somehow, like, I just had a real parallel towards Neo. But being that I want to spread this knowledge in the music, what would you advise me to do? I talk about it a little bit now, but it's like certain people think it's, conspiracy and things like that, and I'll tell them, well, conspiracy is a term coined by the CIA. You drop facts, they still think you're crazy, and it's kind of crazy to see how nobody sees through this stuff. Like you said, as a kid, I wanted to be a news analyst. And watching like the 9/11 stuff happen, I just knew it didn't seem right. And I was 9, 10 years old. So what would you say?
Well, I'd say if you want to spread this work, I mean, you just got to do it in whatever way you can. And I'd say if you have creative talents, do it that way, because people always enjoy something more if there's some creative element to it. And I mean, myself personally, I'm not like a great artist. If I was more of an artist, if I was a musician, I would do it that way. So just whatever way you can. I do it the way I can. I can speak, I can write, I can make a blog, I can make a YouTube video. I do it the way I can, but it can definitely be done better. So whatever your capacity.
So like even right now, like I'm watching all of these guys that sign like record contracts, like Nipsey, for example. A lot of people kept saying he was independent. People don't realize he came into the game. I believe he was signed to Epic at first with L.A. Reid, and then they like kind of let him go.
Right.
So, like, my whole thing that I tell people is like, man, I'm not wanting to do anything with these guys because it's like it seems like the second you got a date. I mean, we all got a time for the date, but it's like a lot of these guys, they blow up out of nowhere. Before you know it, it's death after death, and it's subconsciously like fucking with all of these kids for sure. Cause, like I'm like off the internet, and I just knew to go to your page and check in. It's good to see other people that are starting to have an awareness and taking a likeness towards it, because it's crazy out there how people don't see through this shit. Like everything, the shooting, this shit is crazy. It's like I'm understanding. I heard somebody call in earlier talking about the New World Order. Like that shit's been going on in wrestling. Like the minute that I found out wrestling was fake, I was like, how do you not think the NBA and the NFL and everything else is staged? Like that was it for me once I found out that wrestling was staged.
Right. Yeah, good point.
But anyway, I just wanted to let you know, appreciate what you're doing. I heard a guy earlier again make a comment saying you were probably like the realest white person. I don't look at people as, race or color, because, those are constructs. And we need more people like you telling the truth. Like you really like risking your livelihood, and for people to come at you and say that you wrong, you're crazy. Like, I mean, just keep doing what you're doing. There's people out here that are woke, that aren't the sheep.
that are eating, the foods and the medicines that they're giving us. So just keep doing what you're doing. There's people that appreciate your work. That's all I want to say.
All right. I appreciate it, friend. Thanks for calling in. Okay. I just got a notification on my screen. There's another death today. Carol Spinney of Sesame Street. I don't even know who that is. Caller?
On the last caller, I love Kevin Nash and Scott Hall, the NWO, the New World Order, and everything. But like, I wasn't trying to troll. I was trying to say like with the sacrifice thing. Like I was trying to say with the SoundCloud rapper like Joe Mama. I was trying to.
No, I got you, man. You're all good. No worries. All right, he hung up already. Caller?
Yo, hello?
Hello? You're on. Talk to me through the phone, not through the video.
Oh, yeah, my bad. So, something crazy. I don't know if anyone brought it up yet, because I joined the chat, or the live late. But, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, Juice WRLD's girlfriend has a big-ass Freemason compass tattoo, like, right above her stomach, which I thought was really weird.
Do you know what her name is?
Yeah, so if you want to go on Instagram, type in, let me see, ALLY.
Hold on. Instagram, I'm trying to get there. ALLY.
LOTTI.
Alright. Oh, hold up. That didn't work. Maybe you have to have a... Alright, hold on. Let me try it this way. Instagram...
I'm pretty sure you don't have to have an Instagram account because their thing is public.
Alright. So, okay. So I found it, and then...
Just keep scrolling until her exposing her stomach, and you can see it's like right under her breast. It's like a Freemason
oh, yeah. It's right there, man. Compass and square. Yeah. You can see it.
And I found out about Juice WRLD way before he even became big, and I remember when he first started dating this chick, and I was just super sketched out about it. Damn, bro, you don't know what you're getting into.
Yeah, I swear that's how it is too. When these entertainers get in, it's like they get when they get married and stuff, they get synced up with these women. It's not like they're chosen; it's like an arranged marriage, old school. When his father died, if I'm not mistaken, it was on a date with 47 numerology, like the 47 degrees on the compass. Yeah, it was. And death race for love is 158, like Freemasonry. So, and by the way, Mason equals 62. His father died on 6/2. So, yeah, I see. It's very clearly the bottom of the compass and square on the picture I'm looking at.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I can find a better picture.
Yeah, there's one where you got a real good picture. I don't know, there's a couple in there, but yeah, just
And you know what? Not to be a hater, man, but a lot of times I look at these girls that these celebrities are with, and I'm like, dude, you're a celebrity, and that's the girl you're with, man. I know you can do better than that. So, and I'm looking at her the same way right now, but yeah, she definitely has the compass and square on. So, oh yeah, this one's a lot more clear right here. But yeah, it's got an all-seeing eye instead of the G in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right.
That's about it, man. Shout out to you though. I've always I wouldn't say woke, but obviously September 11th woke me up, and I never really knew how deep it went until you exposed Gematria. So.
I didn't know how deep it went. I didn't know how deep it went too until I figured out this Gematria thing. I was like, oh my god.
Exactly, man.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate it, man. All right, take care. All right, later, man. Caller? Hello? Caller? Well, they hung up. Caller, you're on.
Oh, hey, I was just wondering if I could ask you a question. There's been a music video released by XXX and Tentacion. It's called Heart Eater, and his ex is in the video, the one that he allegedly beat, eating his guts, ripping it out of his body, which is supposed to be him in the video. I was just wondering if you could look into that. You could tell me if there's a reason why she's in the video, even though they had the whole case And yeah.
What's the name of the video again?
Heart Eater by XXX Tentacion.
Heart Eater. So it's the music video, not the song.
Yes, it's the music video. Yes, and like his ex, that he like supposedly is like the actual character, and like the video, eating his like decaying body, like ripping his guts out.
Did this come out before or after he died?
It came out after he died, like a year after he died. Like it came out like a couple months ago.
Okay, so it's like some revenge thing.
Right. And then like his album drops like a couple days ago, I think.
Oh, he has a new album out?
Yeah, I believe so.
So I see this video came out October 25th, 2019. So this is a new music video, and that's a date with 74 numerology. Again, the number they code all over these killings. Now, I'll go back and look at his death right now. I know there was a 74 in there.
Right.
Let me see what Heart Eater equals.
Like I just knew when I saw it that like there was something up.
Yeah, and so I mean, so Heart Eater equals 47. The reflection is 74. And that was the date the song came out was also a date with a life lesson number 47. So the date numerology was 7447, and then you get this Heart Eater music video, and it's pretty much a year to the day of the killing of the YNW Melly friends, which was also on the date with 74 numerology.
Damn.
So let me see what else there's about October 25th real quick.
That's crazy, man, because like I briefly went to high school with YNW Melly.
Wow, man. October 25th leaves 67 days left in the year. That's the blood sacrifice number. A lot of people die with that number, too. Blood sacrifice is 67.
Wow.
And here, I got to pull up my notes. Has it been 2 years since he died now?
He died June 18th, 2018, so it's been about a year and a half.
Year and a half, okay. Okay, so they released that surveillance video by the numbers. Hold on. I'm going to go back to his death real quick. Oh, yeah, they compared him to Notorious B.I.G. after he died, too, which, I mean, it's like, there's no way you can compare this guy to Notorious B.I.G. Notorious B.I.G. was huge. Not that many people knew who XXX Tentacion was before he died. He's a lot more famous now than before his death. Hold on. Here, I'm just trying to... Where's the right post? I know that.
Yeah, I just know when I saw it, like I was like, that's weird. Like they got an actor that looks just like that girl. It turns out it is her. I'm like, wait, what? Like, what kind of shit is his label on, man?
Sure.
And now they have like all of his stuff on display at like a museum, like the card that he got shot at. Like it's like on display now. Like you have to go pay money to like go see it.
And that whole thing with the car and his mom was all by the numbers, how she wanted the BMW back. I did a video on that when it happened. By the way, the day XXX died was a date with 62 numerology, number we've been talking about a lot with today's death. And again, Juice WRLD's father died on 6/2. Again, that's a number that shows up all the time. Mason and Sacrifice are both 62. All right, hold up. Yeah, I got so many notes. I'm trying to find the right post real quick. So yeah, he died on it. He died on a date with 42 and 62 numerology. Again, 42 again. Just like Juice WRLD's 42. And there was another rapper that died the same day as him. I remember that, Jimmy Wapo.
Yeah.
Same
we were just talking about him.
Yeah.
How he's kind of like forgotten now.
Uh-huh. And
kind of like overshadowed.
Okay. Yeah, I got to go back over all the notes, but I remember there was all sorts of synchronicities. His full name, his name was Jose Dwayne Onfroy, XXX Tentacion, a name that equals 216, and 6 times 6 times 6 is 216. And then there's something about, hold on. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back through. I forget because it's been so long since I looked at his death, so.
Right.
Here's the thing about his mom, though, wanting the BMW back. She asked for the BMW back January 25th, 2019. And what was up with that is from his death to the day that she asked for the car back was 221 days. And the Bavarian Illuminati equals 221. And then the car he had was a Bavarian Motorworks, a BMW. And Bavarian Motorworks equals 251, like the date 25/1, January 25th, the day she asked for it back. And you said that's on display now in a museum?
Yes, like I just saw like a video of it. Like they have it like display now. Like I'm not sure where it's at, but like you can pay to go see it. Like you can look at like a lot of stuff of his. Like they have it all on display now.
It's crazy, man. Yeah. Okay, I'll look into that. But his mother's name, Cleopatra Bernard's also 153, like the Illuminati. And a lot of people think like, oh, the Illuminati, but they don't realize the Bavarian Illuminati was a real thing that pretty much took over the Scottish Rite of Freemasonry in the end of the 1700s. So.
Right.
Yeah. All right, man. I appreciate the heads up. Thank you.
Hey, thank you for taking my call, man.
All right,
Appreciate
take care. Yeah, see you. Yeah, if you guys don't use my blog, man, there's so much information on here. Sometimes it's a chore because there's just so much stuff you got to sort through, but... Caller?
Yeah, Zach.
Oh, well, I don't know. Some people are calling in and it's hanging up right away. I don't know why. Caller?
Hey, Zach.
Hey.
Hey, just gonna point something out, man, on this this whole thing with, you know, the music industry and stuff. I've been listening to the whole stream and whatever, and I don't know how much of your audience knows about the Mandela effect thing, but just found out yesterday that Joan Jett, her song "I Love Rock and Roll," she no longer says "standing by the jukebox." Now it says "dancing." And also Michael Jackson, Billie Jean no longer says mama, now it's mother. And I just wanted to point out that if all of this was authentic within this industry, you would have record executives, labels, you would have everyone in an uproar from this Mandela effect because their songs have been changed. Like, I don't know if you're aware of that, but...
Well, I got to admit, man, I find the Mandela effect stuff interesting, but it's just like things like that's like, well, because I'll even say in my own mind, I'm like, well, damn, was the lyric that way or was it that way? Because sometimes even like the way they pronounce it sounds different than the way it's written down. But I do acknowledge that it is very interesting. It's just the thing that trips me out the most about the Mandela effect is when people bring up the Sinbad movie about him being a genie, because I swear to God that movie existed, but. People always say, nah, you're confusing with the Shaquille O'Neal movie. And it's like, nah, man, it was Sinbad. So, yeah, I hear you, man.
I just wanted to point that out with the music industry because you've got, you know, whether it's CERN or whatever it is that's changing the lyrics to all of these historical songs.
Sure.
And nobody says anything. It's like we're supposed to accept these altered lyrics as just... It is what it is, but they go through and change them, and none of the artists, nobody jumps out and says, "Oh my God, what happened to Michael Jackson's song? Why did it get changed?" So
sure.
I just want to point that out. That's kind of one element of how this industry is just compromised.
Well, sure, and it reminds me of George Orwell's book 1984, like how history is changing in real time. And we do live in a day and age where, I mean, with the technology, they could go to a lyric and change the pronunciation of the word, like standing to dancing or mama to mother. So, I mean, it's all there. It could be done. It could be manipulated. So, yeah.
Anyway, none of these people are standing up and saying anything, so I just wanted to add that into your live stream.
All right, I appreciate it, man. Thank you.
Take care.
All right, yeah, take care. By the way, the girlfriend of Triple X, her name is Genesis Sanchez, spelled this way, 221. And I was just talking about that with the Bavarian Illuminati and how the mom asked for the car back 221 days after the killing. And again, it was a Bavarian Motorworks. And now she's in this music video. And the child was born 223 days after his death. Again, we talked about Black Youngsta and his rap album 223. Caller?
Yeah, sorry, Zach, I had hung up on accident, but I wanted to add on that YNW medley on this case. If you look at the crime scene photos, for some real reason, on both sides of the passenger, whatever is shot, there's a pyramid. Like from the bullets, when the bullets, I guess, try to make it look like somebody else was shooting. The bullets form a pyramid from the person that got shot in the back seat and the front seat.
And we're talking about actually Triple X Tentacion, right?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. I've never seen those photos, but that's interesting.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that, then.
That's all good. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. But, Yeah, so earlier we were talking about how Black Youngster released the album 223 on February 23rd, Masonics 223. His child was born 223 days later. It was given this name that encodes, again, the N-word. See that all over the entertainment industry.
Yo, Zach.
Caller, what's up?
What's up, Zach? Finally I got there. I called like 10 times. But hey, it's California calling you again. I was just curious. I hear everything going on. Everyone's pretty much said I was going to say the TikTok part. But someone's already said that. I was just going to say that, just for me, I'm just kind of curious because honestly, I'm an upcoming rapper and everything. And I know it's a dark industry and everything. So I was just saying, is my name and my birthday, is it correlating with anything negative, like a ritual or anything? Like my name, my stage name is Saturn X, like Saturn, but I just made the X into an X and put another X at the end. So is that bad to do, bro? Is that me tripping right now? Like, should I like not have that name?
Your rap name is. Hold on, let me get your rap name right. Your rap name is Saturn X.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have that rap name at all, man. Not with the way these people roll. Because if you don't know this about Saturn, the Grim Reaper, the scythe comes from the astrological symbol for Saturn, which is partly the scythe. Saturn's connected to death and judgment. And
no, bro, not Saturn with an S. I changed it with the S with an X, and I put an X at the end. So it's like Saturn X.
But your name's still Saturn, isn't it, though?
Yeah, like how you say it's like Saturn.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mess with that name in light of what the people who run the industry, the way they use Saturn rituals.
Yeah, bro. Okay, keep going. I want to listen to you guys say.
I would personally change your artist name. So.
Yeah, because Instagram won't let me change my name anymore, bro. Like, I'll try on this other little burner account. I'll change that name and put it to a different name and try to use it on another account. And Instagram won't let me since the username is taken, even though I changed the name and everything. And also, when I go on, like, when Instagram used to let people go into lives, right? Like, you can go in people's lives, like, when they're live streaming on their own social media, right? You can go in there. I used to go in there, bro, like, these verified artists, and they would all not get scared, but they'll feel like they'll be set off, and then they'll end their stream because when they'll see my name, they would see it, and then they'll kind of get like, they would just get mad and shit like that. And also, and then can you do this? Can you do my birthday? See if it like matches up or anything like that.
What's your birthday? What's your birthday?
It's 6/6/97.
6/6/97. Yeah. I'm trying to think. June 6th. What that date is off the top of my head. Hold on.
66. Oh, the date of. Oh,
I'm just trying to think. It's the.
Because I can't decode it. I've been trying to decode it. I just didn't know, so I just want to come to the grandmaster of it all. So I just wanted to see. So stay away from that name. That name is bad.
Your birth numerology. The irony of your birth numerology is that it's 128, and you're calling in on 12/8, asking me this.
What the fuck? That is crazy. That is fucking crazy. What the fuck? All right, so I should stop, right? Because I've been feeling like I might get hit off, like I might get killed, or like, are these rappers ever gonna worship me, or like what? Should I just stop everything, bro? Like, should I just stop all this shit?
No, I wouldn't stop, man, if it's your passion. But I mean, I wouldn't sign on anybody's dotted lines. I'd be your own man in this industry. I wouldn't be signing up with anybody. So.
No, I'm staying independent and everything. It's just that, like, and also like when I put my music out, right? I also hear like all these artists stuff like that. They'll start coming out with like same kind of similar song titles. Like I got my freestyle called Morning Sun, and now all of a sudden people, the artists, the industry, they're coming out with Catch the Sun. You know what I mean? Fucking all this other shit like that has to do with all this shit. So it's just kind of weird. That's crazy. You said it's 128, and I'm calling on 12/8. That is tough, bro.
Well, the nice thing about that number, just to give you something positive, is it breaks down to 11, and that's the master number. That's the number of someone with power. So power and influence, and like you said, you're influential. So, yeah, I mean,
and listen, wait. And also, bro, since I was a kid, bro, everyone always just followed me. I was always the leader. I was always just like, whatever I said, go. Everyone listened. Everyone looked up to me and respected me. So, bro, like, so should I just keep going, bro, and try to like break this little curse that everyone got going?
Of course you should keep going, man. You should never operate out of fear, but I'm just saying, if you could change your artist name, I would, because, I mean, just Saturn to these people is,
they worship Saturn?
They absolutely worship Saturn. Why did you choose Saturn X for your name anyway?
That exact reason, just to troll them in a way, but not really like act like I know what I'm doing fake way, but I just want to do just to troll them, you know, just because they always want to, you know, just do weird ass shit. Like I've been on this like since I was 12. Like 9/11 didn't wake me up, but I knew 9/11 was fuck shit because like I'm just that type of person. Like I knew it back then. I was 4 or 5 at the time, I think, 2001, yeah, something like that. But it was just like, I don't know, bro. But that's why I choose it. I was that, and it just had a good ring to it, and it just had 2 X's in it because my name. Fuck, I'm just saying my name. I don't care. You can probably watch me anyways. But my name is Xavier. That's why I really chose that. I like the X. It's like I already got an X in my name, so it's like I don't know, bro. I just want to come to you because you know you're the shaman of this, and I just want to know for real. But I knew the name was kind of iffy, but I just wanted to see if for real from you. But that's crazy, bro. That you say that. That is so crazy. 128 and it breaks down to 11, like the perfect, the master number, which is crazy because Kyrie Irving used 11 too, and that's the perfect number. That's how I found out 11 was like the mastery number or whatever. So
Right.
like, so I got, and I've always had good luck on my side. Like I always had good luck in my life and stuff like that. Like our family, we kind of got like luck on our side and shit like that. But that's kind of crazy that you say that, bro. So change the name, but that name I've had it for a minute now, and it kind of stuck with me. But I will change it just to like Saturntron. Is that better? If I put it to Saturntron, like to make it kind of like futuristic robot-y, or nah?
Whatever. Hey, you're the artist, man. I'm not the artist, so yeah. You could switch it up. I mean, you could have an alias. I mean, in a way, you're always going to be Saturn X because that's part of your history. But yeah, I would just I'd just be mindful. I mean, if anybody ever came and offered you a big contract, I'd be hesitant.
Now, the thing is, I was gonna stay independent. Well, I'll still be staying independent, though, right? So I'm independent, but they can still put a hit out on me. I feel like.
Well,
So,
it does seem to happen. It does seem to happen to like some people because like maybe they're getting too much traction and they don't want that competition in their industry. So.
Man, and then especially we're going to the new decade. Everything is about to be 2020. I'm about to be 23 next year, and like that's 223. Kind of take out the 0 from 2020. It'll be 223, and that's the Freemasonry. Also, oh yeah, by the way, that just reminded me. YNW Melly, he came out with a song with I think Glock 9 or something like that. It's called 223 while he was locked up, and that's the Freemasonry shit. I don't know that from you, but he also came out with a song. It's called it's literally called 223, and it's like it's talking about murder, bruh. So it's like. I don't know, bro. Shit's kind of not crazy. It all makes sense, but I just like knowing more. I just like having more info and shit like that on this stuff. So yeah, thank you for that. Zach. I'm gonna watch the. I can't watch your video while you're doing this, while you're pulling up on the Shmai Trader. But I'm gonna stay tuned in like I've always been, bro. I found you too. Once when I met my girlfriend, I found you. So like 3 years ago, bro. You were the best thing that online to ever happen, bro. I'm so mad that they keep shutting down all your pages, bro. Keep fucking going. I'm gonna sign up to your Patreon. I'm gonna go to the Free to Find Truth to your website. I'm glad it's finally up, bro. I'm just thankful that you're in my life, bro. Just keep doing you. I'm gonna tap in with you. So when I blow up, bro, I'm gonna help. Like I'm gonna be having my own little stipend to you on some other little silent like little bank account, just so you can have more funds, bro, so you can keep doing this shit. Because if I die, like at least you and us and our group. Like people will have more funding and more backing, so it can be more voice. You know what I mean? In this new technical age, you know. So like that's really one of my goals, bro. Just for this troop to come out. So just know that, bro. Like when I make it, bro, I'm giving you that stipend, bro. I don't give a fuck. So I know I'm gonna go out, but I know just like XXX movie was gonna go out. But if I know I touched so many people, and if I know like the shit's getting out, then I did my job. You know. So yeah, happy holidays, bro. Keep doing you, Zach, bro. Don't fucking stop, bro. Don't give a fuck.
Appreciate it, man. Stay strong out there. Thanks for the support.
Hell
Take
yeah.
care. All right, see you, man.
Peace.
Caller?
Hello?
Yeah, you got to mute your video in the background. You're on.
Sorry about that, man. I just wanted to call in and see if you knew about. I know you probably already talked about it, but I just got on the live stream. If you knew about that challenge that they was doing, that Seizure challenge on TikTok, playing the Lucid Dream song.
I did, and I saw it started November 8th, 118, Death 118, so.
Yeah, that's crazy. They foreshadow it, but that's all I wanted to say, man.
It is crazy, man. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, take care. Let me just see how that syncs up anyway. November 8th with today's news. How's that work out? It's 30 days later, and remember, that's the other number stamped into the N-word, 30. Just like how 42 is the one we're focused on. Yeah, stuff is sick, man. Caller?
Hi, Zach.
Hey.
So, this is really off topic, but it's something that I remembered and I wanted to bring up. I graduated from Stoneman Douglas in '99.
Okay.
So the one thing that I remembered when we were like, it must have been '97 or '98. We started getting bomb threats.
Huh.
For like, I think it was probably about a 2 to 3 month period. Almost every day we would get a bomb threat. So, be like somewhere in the morning, the alarms would go off, the announcement would go off. They'd bring us out to the ball fields, sit there for a while. Police and everyone would come in, check the school, and then we go back to class. A couple times this happened like 2-3 times a day. That school is, every inch of that school is covered by CCTV cameras.
Mm-hmm.
Even back, in the 90s when I went. And they would say, it was a kid in class calling from their cell phone, calling in a bomb threat, or it was a kid, at the payphone calling in the bomb threat. And then after, all that nonsense happened down there, I thought about it, and I'm like, were they practicing, like, logistics for that school?
They very well might have been, and there's probably always been the Masonic influence in there. And I mean, the same. I bet you a lot of people in this nation who went to a high school had at least one drill or evacuation from the school because a bomb threat was called in. I remember that happened in my middle school and it happened in my high school at least one time at both places. So, I mean, it's just things are getting more and more amplified, but they've always created this culture of fear and just reminding you that there's threats out there and you need government and security to keep you safe. I mean, it all starts at a young age. So, but yeah, the fact that Stoneman Douglas ended up being the big ritual that it was, it's probably even more prevalent in your district where you went to school. So.
Yeah, and one other thing that I found a little odd. Now I'm still connected with a couple people that I went to high school with on Facebook. Like we're not friends, but we're just Facebook friends or whatever. So there's one girl that I went to high school with that graduated also from same year, who is currently a teacher there. Her son is also a student, and her mother is a teacher.
Huh.
So, of course, like everybody that we all went to high school with when that happened was posting, are you okay? Everything okay? Da, da, da. And she was like giving out information. Obviously she was in shock about what happened. Talking about it. But then like the first day, and then when the news descended upon there, she shut herself down. Like she wouldn't talk about it. Anything she posted was, just news links with no comments and stuff like that. And that the other thing too is that coach, Chris Hines, that was killed, the athletic coach.
Right.
I remember him. He was in my graduating class. So that people actually did die that day. But yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to throw that in there about them doing the drills all the time and thinking that thinking back on it, maybe it was logistic training and seeing if what they were planning was going to work good in that area, at that school in specific,
Sure. Yeah, very possible. All right, I appreciate it.
But anyway.
All right, take care.
Zach, we love your work, and keep doing what you're doing. We love it. Thank you.
Will do. You're welcome. Thanks. Bye. Caller?
Hi, yes. I had a couple questions. I noticed that a lot of the recent deaths have, with these rappers, they've all shouted out Prince before their death, dating back to X Nation, his last video. The song Sad, he's in a coffin. At the end, it seems like for no absolute reason, it says, rest in peace, long live Prince, or something like that. Long before, or about a week and a half before Mac Miller died, he tweeted out a tweet that said, there's methods in madness. There's reasons to the methods behind the madness. We be listening to Prince daily, pretty much telling everyone to chill, and then he passed away. And Juice World messages or shouts out Prince and that song Legends that everyone keeps talking about these people dying at 21 or before it. He says something about, shout out to Prince, we got Purple Rain on deck. It just seems like they all keep dying from just a lot of times overdoses and stuff. I don't know if you've seen any connection between that.
Yeah, of course. So, if you weren't here, I called Prince's death before it happened, after Vanity died the day of the 58th Grammys. Purple Rain equals 58, like Freemasonry, like Secret Society. Prince's girlfriend during the time of Purple Rain was Vanity. But I pointed out, Prince had the song I Would Die For You that he recorded in 1983, Murders 83, but he was ahead of his time because he spelled it with the number 4 and the letter U, used the 21st letter, and the day Prince died was 4/21, April 21st. And the name Prince equals 38, like death, murder, killing, R.I.P., also like rapper. Fentanyl's got that 38 connection too, and Prince was found dead in the elevator. Elevator's 118, like death as well. So, yeah, Prince is like one of the best examples of dying by the numbers in the industry. So if they're referencing that before they die by the numbers, I mean, it makes sense.
Seems like it correlates. The other thing that I wanted to say, it seems like a lot of these people on here, they're almost scared to research the knowledge. They think that, like that last guy, thinks just because he's got a SoundCloud rapper name that has the numbers involved in it, that he has this ultimate fate or destiny. And I think they're getting it twisted a little bit. It seems like these people that are famous that are the ones that are dying because they're actually selling their souls over compared to just coming up with a name and making music for fun. Am I right on that, or?
Sure, yeah, that could be true. I understand why people who are in the industry, though, they might be concerned just seeing what goes on and as frequent as it is. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
And then my last thing, I've always believed in the killing by numbers and all that. But the one thing that just always seems crazy to me, how do you think it is that these families and close friends and stuff, they stay so tight-lipped, nothing ever comes out, you never really hear.
Secret societies and money, man. Secret societies and money. So.
Definitely. All right, thank you, Zach.
Yeah, welcome.
Bye.
Caller? Caller?
What's up? Am I on?
You're on. What's up?
What's up, Zach? I just wanted to point something out and stay on topic with the Juice WRLD death.
Uh-huh.
If you go on his Instagram, the link is in his bio to his clothing line, like the Instagram for his clothing line, which if you look it up, if you want, is 999.club.
He posted that 999 when his dad died in his tweet about his dad, too.
What'd you say?
When his dad died, his tweet had that 999 in it.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was just pointing out on his clothing line Instagram, because you have Juice WRLD, his official thing, but if you go on his clothing line, which is 999.club, the last picture that was posted was Juice WRLD with one of his hands over one of his eyes with a rose in his mouth. How interesting.
Where can I find that image at?
Just go on his Instagram, and in his biography, there's a link to his clothing line, which is 999club.
All right, I'm trying to pull it up right now.
All right.
All right.
But
why is it doing that? I'm trying to open the Instagram. Hold up. I got so many tabs open, my computer wants to die right now. Hold on.
All right.
Hold up, let me close some windows here.
Yeah, but those guys' death is pretty bizarre. Like, he just had a seizure in the airport, and there's no video footage of it. You know what I mean? That's pretty bizarre.
I bet you they end up putting out that footage like 38 days after his death or something like that.
Right. But
when I try to go to his Instagram, it asks me to I've never gotten this before. Why is it doing that? Can I just open the page? I never seen anything like this. Normally you just go to a link when you click on it.
yeah, I mean, because I paused the video, so you know I can talk, so it doesn't play over this. But
I'm having trouble opening up his Instagram. It's not working for me. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you're just typing it wrong or something.
It's his thing at JuiceWorld999. It's just every time I try to open it, it gives me like I need to download a file type thing. I've never seen this happen before. Maybe they've frozen his Instagram right now or something.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I was on there just like a second ago, but matter of fact, just try to go to the clothing line because the picture isn't on his personal Instagram. It's on his clothing line's Instagram, which is 999.club on Instagram.
All right, hold up.
Yeah, because I want people to see this because, you know, there's no coincidence with this being the last picture that it posts. And,
all right, official merchandise store. I think this is going to work here. Okay, so it's got him and his girlfriend again. Okay.
Well, are you on the 999 club?
I think so.
Well, but it's on his the Instagram of it. So the clothing line's Instagram.
Oh, there's a okay, hold up. Juice World.
Yeah, so if you go on Instagram and you put 999.club, it's the last post, which was posted 6 days ago. Which is another interesting thing. 6, you know what I mean?
On his birthday.
Oh, was it his birthday 6 days ago?
Yeah, December 2nd was his birthday.
Oh, I was just pointing it out because 6, you know, the 666, his whole symbolism of his name anyway.
And if you add 1 through 6 together, it equals 21, and Juice equals 21, and he's dead 6 days after his 21st birthday.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't think I have the right picture. I don't think I got the right picture here.
Well, the first is to 999.club. It's the first picture because it's the last post.
999 clothing Instagram.
Well, the name of the Instagram is just 999.club.
It's not dot clothing?
No, it's just .club.
Dot club. 999. 999.club Instagram. Okay, hold up.
Yeah, like, you know, the username of the Instagram is just
I got it now.
999.club.
I got it. I found it.
Alright, and you're on, look at the last post. You see it?
Mm-hmm. I do.
With his hand over one of his eyes, but which we all know relates to the all-seeing eye, but furthermore, I don't think people will catch is the rose because of the Rosicrucians.
Yeah, that's
the
true.
Rosicrucians, what people don't realize, is really the driving force behind Freemasonry. And in reality, it's what founded our country, the U.S., is really what runs the world. And, you know, so I was just pointing that out. Pretty interesting that his last picture has a rose and one eye symbolism in it. On, like you pointed out, his 21st birthday, which was 6 days ago. Bugged out, man. Crazy. But, you know, it's just like a lot of artists. It seems like their last pictures that they'll post will be them with the one eye symbolism. Like I know Mac Miller, that was the case on his Instagram. And Prince, that was, you know, I think he did the same little pose with the one eye symbolism.
Yeah, great point. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Alright, brother. Be safe. Peace.
All right, take care, man. See you. All right, I'm going to wrap it up there, you guys. I've been on for a long time, and my lady's not happy because we're supposed to be doing other things right now. So, wrap it up there. Appreciate all the good calls. And, all right. One last call. Caller? Caller? Oh, well, they hung up. I guess it wasn't meant to be. All right, we'll leave it there, you guys. Appreciate all of you. And, all right, hold on. All right, one last call. Caller?
Hi, yeah, I just saw that guy's last post. He was saying something about Juice World posting the picture with the hand over his eye. I see that he also posted on that page twice. If you scroll down, he posted it first on March 7th, and then he reposted it 6 days before his death, almost like there's some symbolism there.
Oh, okay, so it's on here. I'm not sure how many posts
It's
he
on
has.
the 999 Club page.
I see it. Yeah, I see it. Same thing down here. Huh. Yeah, good observation.
It just seems like they made him throw it back up as, like, the mockery to all of us.
And he posted it on March 7th. So that day can be written 7-3, like 73, like sacrifice, like his name, so.
And I also noticed he died with 37 posts, which is 7-3, and one away from 38, which is that murder, I believe?
His girlfriend's name, when I looked at it earlier, I think might have summed to 37. There was something 37 that I looked at. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back and check that out. You know what? Rose, though, the word rose is 21. Rose is 21, like how he's dead at 21.
Yeah, I think that picture was definitely symbolism. That guy was onto something. I didn't even notice his page, but along with the March 7th post, it just seems like he was told to throw it up again one last time before he signed his ultimate fate.
Let me see how many days it is from March 7th to his death, since he posted it there too. From March 7th to the day he died is a span of 277 days, which is the 59th prime. And again, he's dead on a date with 59 numerology as well. So, yeah, it looks like it's all synced up.
Definitely all linked up. I just wanted to point that out. Thanks, Zach.
All right, man. Take care.
All right, have a good day. Bye.
All right, later. Caller?
Hey, Zach. Sorry again. It's my third time calling. I was going to go off topic, actually. There's a musician I used to like, but he seems to be a puppet. His name is Tom DeLonge. He was in Blink-182. They split up. Now he's in his own band, and he's always got a Masonic square and compass on his guitar. And I've followed his daughter on Instagram, and she like posts things on her story of like her holding close with a boyfriend, I guess. And the caption of the thing was, I met my boyfriend through the Ouija board. I don't know if you had any thoughts on that.
I'm just trying to pull up a picture of his guitar right now to see that compass and square. Oh, yeah, there it is right there. Yeah, there it is right there.
Just type in Tom DeLonge.
I got it, man. It's on the screen.
In the lodges, too.
Yeah. Again, Masonry runs the world of entertainment, so... Yeah. And like the last caller was saying, Freemasonry equals 58, Rosicrucian equals 58, and Secret Society is 58. And again, King James was a Freemason and a Rosicrucian, and he dropped dead at age 58. So it's all interrelated. But yeah, everywhere you look in entertainment, you'll find Freemasonry. So.
And he did a side project before the first time he broke up with Blink-182 called Boxcar Racer. And one of the songs in that album was called Letters to God. And he's basically saying, like, is this offer, or is it going to get me in? And if his offer isn't good enough, does he got to give more? Or, like, the people above him had to give more to get into that position, but now he's in that band Angels and Airwaves where it's pretty much all about him, and he's promoting Masonry and all these allegories. He's got a Letters to God Part 2 in his new band, and it sounds like he's kind of like upset with the truth. He kind of thought it would be less evil or something, and now he's promoting aliens. There was do you remember the Storm Area 51? I think he covered some of that.
Right, yeah.
Okay, so that was on September 20th. You're supposed to go to Area 51. He had a concert in my there's Storm Area 51. But
Sure.
I got to look more into what his virology is, because it's different from everyone else's a little bit.
Sure. All right. Well, I appreciate the heads up. One more artifact and proof of what's going on in the industry. So, thanks, man.
Yeah, right in front of our faces. All right, thanks, Zach. Bye.
All right, take care. See you. Yeah. Yeah, so the next time you hear somebody critique me and say, well, Zach's almost right, but it's not Freemasonry, they're very much a part of this. So, like we just showed the pictures earlier, Juice WRLD's girlfriend, she has the compass and square tattooed right between her breasts. All right, I am going to leave it there. Sorry if I didn't get to your call, but do appreciate all the supports. And until next time.